Well, good morning, everybody. We will go ahead and get everything started for today's meeting. Appreciate a good crowd and our Citizens Academy graduates here with us this morning. Rest of the guests, welcome. Thank you for being here. We'll go ahead and call today's meeting to order. This is the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners meeting, regular meeting for June 2nd. It is 9:01 a.m. And if I could have everybody stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll take a moment of silence. We take this moment for individual prayer, reflection, or meditation. We take this time to honor and remember our first responders and the men and women in our military who keep us safe and protect our freedoms at home and abroad. All right, thank you. And again, welcome. I appreciate everybody being here today. We have a few announcements. These are some deletions that we've had from the agenda when it was first posted. So we've deleted from 7G the consideration of distribution of local option gas tax, and that item was moved and is now item 9B. The following items related to interlocal agreements to consolidate software maintenance agreements for the computer-aided dispatch system were pulled by staff and will be heard at a future meeting. Those were items 7I, J, K, and L. The county is soliciting applications for the Value Adjustment Board as a citizen's appointee. This person must own a homesteaded property within the county. For further requirements, see Florida Statutes 194.015 or contact the Value Adjustment Board clerk at 386-313-4400, or the email is vab@flaglerclerk.com. Our upcoming commission meetings and workshops for the month of June are today's workshop at 1 p.m. Then on Monday, June 9th, we have a workshop at 1 p.m. Workshop on Monday, June 16th at 1 p.m. And that is followed by our regular evening meeting on Monday, June 16th at 5 p.m. All right, and with that, we will go ahead with our recognitions for today's meeting. Our first recognition is for our Citizens Academy graduates, and this will be presented by our Emergency Management Director, but also our esteemed Citizens Academy leader, Mr. Jonathan Lord.
Good morning, Commissioners. As you met most of our Citizen Academy graduates this morning, thank you all for taking time to chat with them. So I'm very proud to present our graduates. I'm actually going to read off all of the names. Not all of them are here today, but I will read off all of the names. And those that are here, if you can come up, and I'll hand you your certificate, and then just stand right in front of start lining up over there until everyone's done, and we'll get you all standing in the center. So thank you. And these are in no particular order, because there was no test. Kinga Chikerko. No. Stephen Cavalier. Sue Eichler. If I said that wrong. Ashley Katz. Angela Jacuzzi. Patty King. Nina Guglielmo. Mary Kay Hirsch. Maggie Linville. Catherine Summerlot. Linda Guarnieri. Eddie Lang. My people. Oh, I forgot to tell you all to bring a cheering section with you, I guess. Donna McGevna.
I had to follow him of all people. Oh, my stars. Thank you so much.
Catherine Saris. Jeffrey. Yes, what you said. You've got it. I was going to totally butcher that. Harriet Holiday. Evelyn Bozeman. Ronald Long. And Rundine Jackson, who was not coming today. So, yep. All right, Commissioners, I present to you your Citizens Academy graduates. And our communications director is going to take a formal picture. Thank you. And then just Commissioners, I also just definitely want to recognize the administration and all of the departments, because every department and constitutional officer also had a huge part in making this happen.
And as the president of the graduating class of Citizens Academy, I'd like to thank you guys all for everything you do. The staff was amazing. We've learned a great deal from this staff, and I suggest that all citizens take this academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Turn this back on. We have two proclamations for today's meeting. The first is Home Ownership Month, June 2025. This is requested by Joe Hegedus and our Health and Human Services, and Commissioner Carney will read this proclamation.
Thank you, Chair. A proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming June 2025 as National Home Ownership Month in Flagler County, whereas the United States has proclaimed June as National Home Ownership Month since 2002, recognizing that home ownership helps build wealth, fortify the middle class, and support a strong national economy. And whereas the homeowners and renters working toward home ownership raise families, grow careers, and contribute to the social and economical strength of Flagler County. And whereas Flagler County Housing Services promote sustainable home ownership and community stability through the purchase, assistance, and rehabilitation programs, working alongside partner agencies in education and counseling, and with local contractors and agencies to preserve homes, prevent displacement, and strengthen neighborhoods. And whereas Flagler County Human and Senior Services also promote sustainable home ownership and community stability through emergency financial assistance, healthcare coordination, in-home care, and similar supports. And whereas these efforts reduce the risk of foreclosure and homelessness, particularly for seniors, families, and residents with disabilities, while reinforcing housing resilience, preserving long-term livability, and improving energy efficiency across Flagler County's neighborhoods. And whereas the county's new shared equity purchase assistant program helps essential workers and first-time home buyers transition from rental housing while preserving affordability for future families through resale limits and long-term affordability covenants, laying the groundwork for deeper community stewardship models such as community land trust. And whereas this approach reflects a shared investment model and supports homeowner equity while protecting long-term access to affordable housing, and whereas the Board of County Commissioners is committed to expanding housing opportunities through partnerships with financial institutions, real estate professionals, builders, and nonprofits to enhance our economy and maintain a vibrant, connected community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that June 2025 is hereby declared National Homeownership Month in Flagler County, and all citizens are encouraged to join in promoting this and safeguarding the American dream of home ownership. Adopted this second day of June 2025, Tom Bexley, Clerk of Court, and signed by Flagler County Board of County Commissioners Andrew Dance, Chairman. Chair, I would like to make a motion that the board proclaim June 2025 as National Homeownership Month in Flagler County.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and for the proclamation. It was a lengthy one, but we appreciate going through all of that. There is a lot that goes into a home, building a home, owning a home, maintaining a home. We really tried to snapshot that in our proclamation today. Homeownership is a fabric to our community, and our organization, our department, really works to sustain that and support that throughout the community. Touched on a few of our services, our Housing Services Division and Senior Services and Human Services. All of those bring together a network of resources that support families and individuals in our community, help them buy a home, help them maintain a home. And then, of course, we have our partnerships with the array of community service providers that are out there that also help folks thrive and be successful in their home ownership. So again, I just appreciate the opportunity to be here and share the proclamation for Home Ownership Month in June. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again. Appreciate submitting that for us. And if you can come up, we'll take a picture.
Sure. Thank you.
Them all the way across.
can testify that I am fully into the home ownership maintenance component that you talked about, between new roofs and ACs going down, all that good stuff that we have to deal with. All right, our second proclamation for today is World Oceans Day, June 8th, 2025. This is requested by Laura Valencia, our UF IFAS Extension Director, and Carolyn Kovacs, our UF IFAS Extension Florida Sea Grant Agent. Welcome. Proclamation will be read by Commissioner Pennington.
Yes, this is a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing June 8th, 2025 as World Oceans Day in Flagler County. Whereas Flagler County is located immediately adjacent to the Atlantic Ocean and relies on the ocean for recreation, tourism, fishing, economic, aesthetic, cultural activities, and serves as a sustainable food source. And whereas the concept of World Ocean Days was first proposed in 1992 at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro as a way to celebrate our world's shared ocean and our personal connection to the sea, as well as to raise awareness about the crucial role the ocean plays in our lives and the important ways people can help protect it. And whereas the ocean provides most of the oxygen we breathe, supplies a major source of food and medicine, and regulates the Earth's climate, provides jobs and recreations, and inspires us. And whereas the United Nations has designated June 8th, 2025 as World Ocean Day to be celebrated by communities around the world, and whereas the UF IFAS Extension and Florida Sea Grant provide education and outreach opportunities to residents and students throughout the county. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that we hereby recognize June 8th, 2025 as World Ocean Day in Flagler County, adopted this second day of June of 2025 and attested by Tom Bexley, our clerk, and our chair, Andy Dance. Welcome.
Seconded.
Nope, I got to make a motion.
Sorry.
Board would like to make a motion to approve a proclamation recognizing June 8th as World Ocean Day in Flagler County.
A little fast on the trigger. I'll still second it. Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion by Commissioner Pennington, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Welcome. We're going to slip right into your presentation and then do pictures after that, if that's okay.
Sounds perfect.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carolyn Kovacs, and I am the Florida Sea Grant Extension Agent with the University of Florida IFAS Extension in Flagler and Volusia counties. So that's a mouthful. So Florida Sea Grant is a university-based program that supports research, education, and extension to conserve our coastal resources for residents and visitors. It supports various initiatives throughout the state aimed at protecting the state's coastal environment while also promoting sustainable use of the marine resources, and the program of Sea Grant also includes an extension component, which is me here in Flagler, and so I work at the University of Florida IFAS Extension Office with Laura, George, and Judy over there who came to support me. And so as this position that I have, if we could go to the next slide. Do I have, I have control over this? Sorry, didn't realize that. And so I do a lot of community education here in Flagler County. A lot of the programs that I do are aimed towards our adults, actually. And I teach the Florida Master Naturalist Program courses, specifically related to our coastal ecosystems. And I also developed a course that I offer in conjunction with my colleagues at the Extension Office called Florida 101 that is aimed at introducing residents who are new to Florida. We have a lot of those here in Flagler County, to understanding our natural resources, both the coast and inland, so that they can be better stewards of the environment here and also know how to best interact with their environment and do it safely for them. And then actually one of the programs I have starting tomorrow, I'm going to be up at the GTM-NER, the Guano Tolomado Matanzas National Estuarine Research Reserve. The research reserve actually extends into northern Flagler County, which I think a lot of folks don't know that we have the research reserve here. And I'm partnering with them on doing an adult coastal camp that, again, is focused on deepening residents' understandings and appreciation of our estuaries and the impacts that we have on them, as well as our coastal ecosystem. So I'll be up at the Marine Land Field Station the rest of this week doing that program. I also partner with our 4-H extension agent to do youth programming, and so each summer we do a 4-H Marine Science Summer Camp. We've got so many amazing places here in Flagler County I'm able to take them to, so I appreciate the partnership with Parks and Recreation and helping me support getting our students out to River to Sea Preserve, Betty Steflik, and many other sites around the county, learning about our estuaries, getting to look at plankton under the microscope, and appreciating our coastal ecosystems. And I just wanted to say that we got an award from the Florida Association of Natural Resources Extension Professionals for Outstanding Youth Development Program for our 4-H Marine Science Summer Camp this past year. I also am involved in some citizen science programs, participatory science, getting residents involved. And the main project I have up here in Flagler is looking at some of our dune plantings. And so I've been doing this in partnership with Dr. Ainsley Renke, our coastal engineer. There was a need for having more eyes on what's going on with all of the dune plantings. And so I've trained, as of right now, we have 7 sites. We have 14 residents that go out monthly, and I have certain photo stations. And you can see from the photos on the right, that was just the growth from February to April at one of our sites. So it's really nice to see in that area the dune growth, and we have a couple of other measurements. And so I meet occasionally with our coastal engineer to help share that information, to help inform what we might need to do in order, what's working well and what we might need to improve upon. So that's one of my major projects I've been trying to get going here. And then I'm also involved in a lot of statewide projects. There's something called the Florida Sea Grant Marine Science Minute. If you guys listen to our local station, Surf 97.3, you might have heard them. They've been a great supporter in playing these for us. And you can also find them online, so just minute snippets about different marine science topics. And I'm also involved in some statewide projects, such as our Living Shorelines course for marine contractors. We hosted one of those in Flagler County a couple of years ago, teaching marine contractors about living shorelines as a green alternative to seawalls in some cases where it's appropriate. And I've also been presenting educational curricula that I've developed to teachers at both state and national conferences. So I just wanted to take this time. Thank you guys for letting me share a little bit. I've been in this position for a little over 3 years now, and I haven't met several of you all, so I just wanted to take this time to share a little bit about what we do. I know a lot of people think of the University of Florida IFAS Extension Office as the Ag Center, but we wanted to make sure you guys know that there's a lot more going on beyond just agriculture. And since the coast and the ocean are so important here in Flagler County, want to make sure that the county knows that we have marine science going on there as well. And definitely hope to see some of you all at some of the programs that we offer. And if anybody, you all or anyone would like to reach out, there's my information.
Well, great. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to be able to get these updates from all the different programs, and definitely appreciate it. Questions? Comments?
Maybe you could find $72 million to help us with our beach erosion?
Unfortunately, despite the name Sea Grant, I have no money. So I will let you know if I hear of it. Let you know if I hear of anything.
Well, I think the Florida 101 is amazing. It's everybody coming here needs an education in Florida when they arrive. I think it's great, and love the idea of the dune monitoring. That's fabulous. And I've noticed in my travels up and down that the dune fences are doing an amazing job along the coast, and just fascinated by how effective they do their job. But that's all I've got. I guess from the GTM NER, you're very happy that we've put the land swap issue behind us.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but that's all I've got. Anybody else?
No, I did share the coastal camp because it looks amazing.
Thank you.
I think it was really popular, well received on Facebook.
All right. Well, thank you again for being here. Come on up for our picture and presentation of your proclamation. find out. And I apologize for not getting your last name exactly correct, but we did have a question about the Florida 101. So if you can get back in touch with us about how often you do that or how that's run.
We're going to do it again sometime in the fall, September, October. We haven't set the dates, but I need to
But keep us posted.
we'll let you know as soon as it's posted.
Thank you.
We had several folks I recognize from the academy who either participated in the Coastal Camp or Florida.
All right, thank you. All right, that does it for our proclamations and presentations today. Thank you, everybody, for those. We're going to move into our community outreach section. It's a 30-minute time period's been allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct their comments to the commission. So at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. If anybody would like to speak, now's the time. Come up to the podium, state your name. Good morning.
Morning. Steve Daly. I just wanted to comment, I wasn't available for the talk about the sports complex that you had the other day. And I just want to talk, there's a couple of them I know about, Lake Point, north of Atlanta. So you got to be careful what you're doing because they went bankrupt the first time. And they got a more infusion of more money. And they have the indoor-outdoor. And the taxpayers were on the hook for the $6 million initially when they went bankrupt. So they don't always work. You got one down the street in Sanford that's got the outdoor, and they're trying to find $100 million for an indoor part. So as you hear all this, it's going to make money. I'm not understanding how I would have to invest as a taxpayer $6 million a year to rent it or lease it when this guy's the one that's supposedly going to make money. Now, the one in Lake Point in Georgia supposedly makes a little money, but the people that make the money are the big corporations that have their name on it. So I don't know how we can come up with $6 million taxpayer funds for a private enterprise per year for 30 years to lease it, and we can't find money for a beach where 100% of the people get to use. Now, I have grandkids that have been in all the sports. They're still in them, which is all a great thing. But everybody can't play the baseball game or the volleyball game. Everybody in the county can go to the beach. So I'm not understanding the logic where he comes to get backing for a private enterprise. It doesn't make any sense. There's never been a private enterprise from any taxpayer-funded money in any city I ever lived in where I got a check when they made a profit. Not one. So as a taxpayer, it should have my name on it and a check should come in the mail. Because you all act like there's this illusion where the county or cities make money. But my taxes never go down, my services never go up, and I don't get a check. So I'm really not understanding what all the excitement was, because y'all didn't go very deep into this. This is just the two I know of. You look all across the country. And like I say, I have sports people in my family that have played at all these things, and they still do. But the funding part and the losing money or making money should just be his, shouldn't be ours. So I really don't understand where you're thinking you're going to got $6 million, you don't have it anyway. So I guess I'm a little disappointed in how I read the newspaper article about how everybody was all excited, and y'all were cheerleading it because y'all didn't look into everything. And like I say, I've seen them lose money. And if they're making money, the people that live there don't get a check. And everybody doesn't play it. And people from out of town can love them. But I'm just telling you, it's not what you think it is, not what we should be funding.
Thank you, sir. Next comment.
Kathy Saris, Palm Coast. Since there's no line, I have to have some say. I want to thank you all. You guys work really hard, but I need you to pay attention and be aware of some of the not good things at the Flagler Humane Society. I mentioned before that their air conditioning has been broken for months now in the kennels, not in their offices. They have a fan or two that blows the smelly hot air around. And they had a dog walkers meeting not long ago, and their minutes were put out. I think you were given the minutes in your last meeting by one of the other ARF members. And it's the same thing over and over again. It's the same complaints. You know they're not transparent. You know they're not very cordial to volunteers. They can't get volunteers to stay there, and it's always for the same reasons. Volunteers are not treated very nicely by both the kennel staff and others. And it's okay if you just volunteer there with a blind eye, but if you have something to say, you are no longer there. You get a letter of termination. There's been success stories on their Facebook page, which are wonderful. Leanne was an advocate for the dog Jimmy. They were going to euthanize him that day, and someone got word to Leanne, and she went down and was an advocate for him, so his life was spared. And he was adopted on a foster base, and he was fostered then adopted, and the new parents sent in excellent pictures of him, him and the other dog just sleeping together, just like husband and wife, with their arms around each other. And if it wasn't for Leanne, he would have been a history like Guapo. And just so you know, Guapo was euthanized last year on June 8th outside in the freezer alcove. Same time with all these swarm of the no-see-ums or gnats, whatever they are. So please just keep on them. Their taxes were to be put online with the IRS, May 15th, I believe. There's still nothing. And instead of giving money to them for not being kind to a lot of animals, we need our own shelter. And the sheriff will take it if we have the right funding. I would help with fundraisers, and we just need you to keep on them, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Next public comment. All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Just a couple comments on Mr. Daly. Nothing's been finalized on anything with the sports complex. So regardless of what you've read, it was a preliminary workshop where concepts were presented. We're awaiting more details, specifically with the financial aspects. So nothing's been finalized with that. I do appreciate pointing out an additional complex that I was not aware of in Atlanta, so appreciate that. And as far as appreciate the news on the Humane Society and the AC, but know that some of the new projects that we're getting referred to us as new kennels and new facilities aren't air conditioned. So, I mean, I appreciate that they have AC and it might be down, but we're getting plans for new facilities that don't include AC. So, I mean, it's one of those things we'll debate as we move forward in the process. Did anybody else have anything to comment on for public comment? Okay.
Could I just say that I've done some research on P3s, and the municipality that is participating does not usually have any type of share in the funding aspect. So that's something that would have to be ironed out, in my opinion, before we commit to something like that.
And I think also important, I think a misunderstanding you had is this is a county property. It remains county property. It's not a private enterprise. The P3 component still makes sure that the project on our on our land remains a county project. Anything else? Okay. Any clarifications on any of those items?
No, I would just say that we tentatively have June 16th held for your discussion on animal control.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll move on to board comments on any consent items. Is there anything anybody wanted to highlight and make note of on our consent items?
Chairman?
Yep.
I know it's been pulled, 7G. 7G is a consideration of distribution of local option gas tax. I think this may be one of the missed opportunities. If you look at the gas tax in Flagler County, we have not raised that tax. It's been flat for probably 10 or 15 years. If you look around at other communities, that is one of the revenue sources that we probably should be looking at. There's nothing we can do because it's been pulled. However, just another example of other options. Thank you.
It's on the agenda.
It's moved to 9B.
It's 9B.
Moved to an action item under public hearings.
Sorry, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment on 7F. One of the items, number 10 on the list, is First Avenue, yet there's no explanation of, is that the First Avenue in the Hammock, or is that First Avenue in Daytona North, or is that the...
We'll bring Mr. Tabassian up for a quick comment. First Avenue? I believe it is. At least that's what I interpreted, but, well,
There's no description.
understood.
Good morning, sir. Hamid Tabassian, County Engineer. That is the phase 2, which is correcting the drainage issues along First Avenue.
Well, if that's the case, I'm a little alarmed because we're supposed to be working on that already, and yet it's not even, it's number 10 on this list when we have people over there that are getting their houses flooded.
Yes, sir.
Because of something we did, not because of nature. Something we did is causing their houses to be flooded. So
Yes, sir.
it seems to me we should be working on that now, not relegated to number 10 on a list of projects. So, I mean, I'm concerned about that, and I'll follow up after the meeting.
Yes, sir. We are working on it, and we plan on requesting to allocate funding for getting that project done. The cost is going to be approximately $500,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
When it comes time, I'll...
Is there any other comments on the consent?
I have some thoughts on 7A.
7A.
A. Just for discussion, we keep extending the emergency management, and I have some thoughts about bonds. I've heard that there's an availability to get bonds. As Commissioner Carney just talked about, gas prices haven't gone up for the penny. We're talking about a half a cent that we've been fighting about, and that gives us a whole cent on something that also residents and tourists use. Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner. I think we have alternatives, but I keep getting comments and letters from people in the public and residents that want us to just go ahead and do this. And we've been always passionate about saving our beaches. That's very important. And as the gentleman talked about, investing in other things, I still feel there's ways. We've asked for it. We need to have it. No half-cent sales tax will be my stance today and always. I'd like to call the question, which, if everybody knows Robert's rules, that's requesting a vote on that. And I'd like to call that at this point because I've been sitting here for 6 months getting repetition on the same thing without anybody reaching out and looking at other options. And today we've heard of two options that I think are viable. So I'd like to call the question, Mr. Chair.
Well, there's no question to call, sorry. I mean,
I just made the question.
there's,
No? No
there's
question?
nothing on the agenda for that topic.
Oh, okay. I'll wait till next time.
You
then.
can bring up under your comments, under your board comments at the end of the meeting. would be
Okay, I'll
appropriate.
bring it up again. Thank you.
All right, if there's any other comments, is there anything to be pulled today?
Yes, sir, I'd like to pull 7E, and I'll discuss 7F with staff afterwards.
Okay, so I have 7E to be pulled. Anybody else?
I'd like to pull 7A.
7A. 7A and 7E. Anything else? All right, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7A and 7E.
Hold it, I thought he said B. Which one, B or E?
E.
I'm sorry. I'll second that motion.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Carney. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We will move to 7A.
I don't need a presentation. Do we have to have a presentation?
Nope, nope.
Okay, great, thank you. So I did, at the Wednesday workshop, we heard from one of our constituents that this ratification over and over and over again of this proclamation extending our local dune is basically not needed if we're not ready to do something. I possibly, in my short tenure, have failed this board by not taking the appropriate action as far as beach funding. So we're looking at a beach management plan, 18 miles. But in order to do that plan, we need funding. So the funding is what seems to be the issue, not the fact that we need a beach management functioning plan. So bear with me while I make this motion. It's going to be a little long, but I'm going to make it. I'd like to ask the Board of County Commissioners to develop and implement a beach funding plan, including all 18 miles, and eliminating the half-cent sales tax that is to be levied on the entire county, period. Second sentence, I would like this Board of County Commissioners to have a workshop totally dedicated to the beach management / funding plan with a facilitator and subject matter experts. That's the end of my motion.
I'll second it.
Appreciate that. Unfortunately, under our rules and procedures, we don't allow motions during meetings. You can recommend that motion under your comments at the end. You can ask for consensus of the board to move forward with that, and then we would be able to do that at the workshop. We would be able to take up your recommendation.
I'm not workshopping this, Andy, anymore. I got to figure out, I'm doing something wrong up here. I don't know what it is. You can throw all the administrative policies at me that you want. I want to take a vote on this half-cent sales tax so this craziness can stop. I am being made to look like an idiot on Facebook. I am not going to sit up here anymore. I have made a motion. When can I get this vote? How do I do it, Andy?
A motion, you can override the rules and procedures with a supermajority vote. It would require 4-1 to bring a motion to action during a meeting. But notice that whenever we bring a motion forward during a meeting, it has not been publicly noticed to anybody. The reason for this rule is to provide transparency to the public on any of our actions. That's why it is discouraged to bring motions during a meeting. So the procedures that we've adopted, and we are governed by rules and procedures in order for the public to know how we operate openly, is that if you bring an item and want to discuss an item, you bring it up typically during your board comments and ask for consensus to move that forward. Typically, it is moved to a workshop so we can vet and staff has time to research it. So be thoughtful and with your request so that we can adequately move forward. The board only operates by consensus, as I mentioned to our Citizens Academy. So staff's time is limited. It can only really be spent on items that our board has, by consensus, given them authorization to proceed with. So if you want to alter the beach management, beach funding, and analysis, then have that discussion. Typically, it's during board comments. We're addressing right now.
And then who decides when it becomes an agenda item? The administrator or the board?
The board.
Okay. I'll hold for commission comments.
Is there any action you want to take on 7A? We've brought this up, so.
I'll move for approval.
Okay. I have a motion by, we'll have to open this up for public comment. Is there anybody that wishes to address this item on public comment?
I'll second the approval of 7A.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back. All those in favor of, I have a motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Okay, now we will move to 7E, and that is consideration of project recommendations and ranking of the Florida Department of Transportation and the Volusia Flagler Transportation Planning Organization alternative priorities for fiscal years 26-27. Did you have specific?
Yeah, and item number 7, putting the path on John Anderson Highway, putting a trail down there. I get unanimous from the residents out there, please don't do that. So my suggestion is if either take it off the list or move it to the very last priority so that it never comes up. So that's what I'd like to do is probably the easiest thing to do is just move it from number 7 to the last thing on the list.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I met with Richard and the administrator going over these, and the thought that came to mind was, we hear from usually a few people on that item, and we don't get to hear from the entire John Anderson community. And I think before we act on anything on there, it would be appropriate to have like a town hall meeting, a John Anderson meeting, so everybody gets input. But we hear from the southern end of John Anderson, where all the driveways are. But we have communities farther north that are that don't connect directly to, and we've got sidewalks to a point on the west side. So I just think we need to either connect those or stop it. Maybe there's a loop where the sidewalk or the trail stops and it doesn't go south, because we're never going to get cooperation from Volusia County either for it to go anywhere.
That's one of my concerns is if you approve this and it gets funded, then you have a trail to nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't go anywhere.
Right.
So I'm amenable to leave it on the list. Just make it the last priority so that it never gets done.
Okay.
I would like that. If you can do that for me, please.
Will do.
Okay, any other comments on 7E?
Well, it makes one wonder what the state is thinking about when, I thought that public input was required for all these FDOT, TPO projects anyway. Maybe it's just the funding's not there yet, but I would think that they have to have input from the community before they do any of this, but maybe not. Yeah, if it's a path to nowhere, then why should it even be on the list? Because they want to spend money, that's why. But I got no problem moving it down, and if a town hall is needed in that area, I'll be more than happy to do it.
Okay. Let me bring this out to public comment. Anybody wishing to comment on 7E? All right, seeing nobody, I did anticipate Mr. Tanner being here to talk about that, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 7E with the change that John Anderson Trail be moved to the last priority.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Pennington. We've been out to public comment. Let me just make sure if there's anybody that wishes to comment on this item. All right, seeing them, we'll bring it back with no public comment. Any other comments on this? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right, we are going to go to item 8A. This is general business. Presentations limited to 15 minutes with public comment limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Item 8A is consideration of the appointment of 5 members to the Industrial Development Authority. We have a brief presentation by Ms. Lukasik. We've got our scoring sheets.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Amy Lukasik, Tourism Development Director. Right before the meeting, we put out the score sheets. You did hear from a handful of the applicants at your workshop last week. However, if you want to open it back up to hear from any additional applicants that weren't here at this time, happy to answer any questions. What we're looking for in your score sheet is to put a check mark of the folks that you would like to see appointed to the board, and then we'll tally them up and see where we land. Your options are, we can choose 5 members today. We can select some of the members and then continue advertising and recruiting for any open seats. Your other option is to open the application process to any citizens at large who may want to serve. You could appoint yourselves as the IDA board, or we can just not choose to move forward and send any parties to a neighboring county that offers industrial development bonds.
All right. Before we do any voting or anything, we will open it up for public comment so we can have any of the applicants that are here speak again. Did you have a comment, Ms. Richardson?
No, you had said there would be 5, and we could extend it to as many as we'd like, correct?
Yes, we just recommend that you do choose an odd number to be on the board.
So 7 would be okay.
Yes, yes,
Thank you.
I think I'm heading in the same direction. I think after seeing, unfortunately, a lot of the highly qualified, passionate people that we spoke with on Wednesday fall in the other category because they're lucky enough to be retired. But I don't want to eliminate or possibly lose their expertise because they don't fall in one of those categories. And I don't want to saturate the whole committee with other, but I surely understand the impact that 7 board members may be more appropriate. They're going to fall, some people are going to fall off anyway. I've been on affordable housing for 3 years, and the process just doesn't continue forever and people have to fall off. So I'd like to bump it as well to a 7-board membership board, and we can discuss that as a board, obviously.
And Andy, one other comment. The people who came Wednesday took their time to be here, took the effort to be here, were enthusiastic and of diversity of mindset. And I think we had some great opportunities to be able to have those people join us in bringing us to where we're trying to be financially and strongly, strong economy. Thank you.
The one missing member, I'm sorry, Chair, can I
Go,
speak?
absolutely, go right.
The one missing member is the commercial banker, so I would like to continue the search for that commercial lender, which I know will make an even number. So I think once we find that, we would have to, at that point, go to 9 or whatever. But I would like to keep that advertisement open on the commercial banker. Well, until we find one, then I think we would have to evaluate whether that person's appropriate, and then we would have to consider what we would do about an even number.
Yeah, there may be one that falls off by the time you get there, and then we can just fill it. Right. And I would, in reviewing these, I will concur that that I would make consensus on 7, only because of a couple things that I noticed, and maybe you can speak to either a 5 or 7 member board and their effectiveness, but maybe we expand where it's real estate broker and also have a slash there, real estate broker or real estate developer. I think there's expertise in both of those areas, and notice one candidate would not qualify as the broker, but is qualified under real estate development, and that would also expand it a little bit. Comments this way?
Are you able to state that candidate's name?
Mr. Mealby?
Thank you.
I'm comfortable with 7.
Okay. And Commissioner Hanson?
No, you just want us to pick 7.
That's
Put check marks by 7 people.
That's it now, yes, sir.
If you can.
Yeah, we don't have to do 7.
No.
Okay, got it.
So to make sure I'm clear, you want to try to choose 7 today, and then still keep us to recruit a very specific skill set of commercial banker and or commercial real estate developer.
Yeah, I didn't have consensus on that,
Okay.
so that was just my thought.
Can I ask one of my fellow commissioners a question? What do you think about that? Do we need a commercial banker on that list? or-
Yes.
We do?
Yes.
Okay, I'll defer to her expertise on this.
I don't know why, but
Thank
yes,
you.
I feel that's really important.
And I'd like
Okay.
to see it if it's a developer, it would be a commercial developer, not just a developer, a real estate developer, but a commercial real estate developer, rather than just, a standard builder or something like that.
Okay. All right. Yes, we will open it up for public comment. So any member of the public that wishes to address us on this, and if you're an applicant, please state so. And I had one question, Mr. Moylan. Has everybody been notified of the Form 1 requirements for this?
Well, I don't know if they were or not. I didn't see the application
So
process.
if you could you?
Yes, they all have been notified.
Okay, very good. Thank you. At this time, we'll take public comment. So if you're a member of the public commenting or an applicant, please come to the podium, state your name.
Yes, good morning. I'm Greg Davis at Hammock Dunes. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Hammock Dunes Homeowners Association. I'm speaking on behalf of myself personally. I think this is one of the most important decisions that the board has to make. I personally served on the Maryland Authority Board for over 10 years. And the economic development aspect of that board, the impact on Maryland was unbelievable. The state of Maryland, at the time I served, was #1 in the nation on per capita income in the country. They're number 11 now. Florida's 21, by the way. It became self-supporting itself with over a $368 million loan portfolio itself, supporting the organization in addition to what was going on in terms of bonds. I think that my experience in the board tells me that to be effective, you have to bring on board the most qualified candidates. I see that the categories you're talking about, and I admire those, but I think it's really about selecting the right candidates with the most experience that know the industry and frankly have the ability to pick up the phone and call people. So I would encourage the board, I think again, to continue on and select the best candidates available. Thank you.
Good morning, Richard Mileby.
Yes, sir.
Since I brought my name was brought up.
Yes, sir.
I just want to reiterate that part of being my responsibilities included everything from commercial development for Marriott, Extended Stay America, Marriott, Hilton's, Hyatt's. So I have a diverse background as far as identifying properties, negotiating with the sellers to acquire and to acquire those properties, and then get all the municipal approvals, be it with the commissioners, planning department, depending on zoning needs. So I have a well-diverse background of taking it from, soup to dessert, if you will, and getting all these approvals done. So I'm very, very well versed in talking with owners and making sure if they're willing to sell, the reasonable selling, and the business terms, which are the most important part of the deal, as far as I'm concerned. That makes everyone win. I'm not looking for a win-lose situation. I'm looking for a win-win. If you don't have a win-win, it's never going to work out right. So I just wanted to reiterate that since I did hear my name called.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, Greg Blasset, local business owner. I apologize for missing Wednesday's workshop, but I do run a business and I had a bunch of meetings, so I wanted to come up here and just share my experience. I think most of you know me and my history of running chambers of commerce and home builders associations, but I also had the pleasure of going to Jacksonville with Dolores to the JAX USA meetings for a couple of years to see exactly how far in the hole we are on economic development. And what I'm here for, I think, number one, the win is that this body has been created. I think that's the win. Whoever you appoint to it, I think will be very deserving. I'm willing to serve, resident, and also economic development is incredibly important to Flagler County because this area needs a lot of economic development, as I'm sure you all know. So happy to serve if chosen, but I wanted to come up here and at least apologize for missing Wednesday, but also share my vision in this whole process, which is, to Greg Davis's point, this is a very important board, and this effort needs to be taken by Flagler County. So thank you for your consideration. Have a good morning.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? Oh, I gave you just enough time.
Enough time to decide. I guess just as from a taxpayer's perspective, when you got the board, what I've noticed, I know you all work in the open and then we got the employees of the counties or the cities, is just that when these boards recommend things, as a taxpayer, I know that the experts, supposedly, I think when they do their due diligence, they need to be not just seeing if what someone's applying for meets a requirement or does it meet the intent of what the people need or want. or what, I think what I always hear and see is the board giving information, are they being wanting to sway what they're saying, or are they being honest about what's being asked? As a taxpayer, I don't always feel like we get enough information that they actually did a workshop problem solving. It's just somehow something gets done. It doesn't seem to help everyone. So I don't feel like always the boards are looking out for everyone. That's just the way I hear it. I've seen things happen, and it didn't go the way that the majority of people seem to want it, but somehow the board thought that was what should be done. And we really have no recourse as a taxpayer other than we have to wait until someone gets voted out. So you have a board that's even farther away from us, recommending to the people that get to make the decisions. And I don't always think they get all the needed information from the experts. And so these people that we get on here need to be better communicators, and they really need to not, like I say, is it someone applies for something, they meet all the requirements, we're going to say okay, or is it the intent of what we need? So I guess that's just what my worry always is the people need to really be broader with their collecting all their information. It's like you had the workshop the other day. It wasn't a workshop. You just had somebody present his wonderful ideas. A workshop means you get to hear 100 ideas, not just the guy that wanted the money. That's not even a workshop. He just made a presentation. So you got to really do these things better because we only have limited time. We have 3 minutes to comment. You only have limited time because you only have meetings in front of us and can meet one of you or two of you can only meet. I know that limitation. And then you got the people that are assigned the work. So the concern is making sure we get the people who are really looking out for all of us and better communicate what they're saying we need and give all the information, not skew it. That's what I'm always worried about, it's skewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just say that the role for this board is very specific. It's outlined and very narrow and specific in what they're going to be tasked. Good morning.
Good morning, Richard Hamilton, resident of the Hammock, and I am not volunteering for this board or anything else at the moment.
Not a late addition?
I have no comments about the candidates either. You got a good selection of candidates. I'm confused, however, because I think you just touched on that. When I read the agenda item on the purpose of this board, I read it as very restricted, very narrow in relation to bonding and monitoring and overseeing tax bonding, which is why it's important you have a banker and so on. And yet the discussion today seems to have broadened the scope a lot more to a general economic development authority. That's what we used to have and which was disbanded and was brought back to the county. So perhaps you could just explain the scope of this authority and whether it's limited or whether it has a more general authority in negotiating, meeting with candidates and bringing people in, because I didn't think that was
We'll do that. Either Amy or Dolores can speak to that at the end of public comment.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You.
Is there any other public comment before we bring it back and we vote? All right, seeing none. Did you want to speak to that point?
Yes, so this board would not replace the old economic development board or committee. This board is specific to review applications for an industrial development bond to then send to the county commissioners. So yes, Chair, it's very specific role.
All right, very good. All right. Yes, absolutely.
Did I read somewhere that they set their own bylaws? So once they're formed, they will set their own bylaws?
And it'll come before you.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll have another look at this.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Any additional questions? All right. Turn in your scoring sheets. We'll play the Jeopardy music in the background. Anybody needs a break, now's a good time. I do recognize some of the speakers from the workshop, so. Just remind me if we get close to noon, we can push the workshop, or we need an hour between at least. Yeah. Yep.
If we're able to turn on the overhead, I can show you the results. Okay, so we've got 3 members that were unanimous: Richard, Milby, Bruce Parker, and Donald Turlington. So we have those three. And then who received 4 votes? Raymond Ritchie, Sean Roten, and Chad Raymond. And then we had 3 votes for David Alphin and for Don Madden, 1 vote for Greg Blase, and no votes for Daniel Brown.
Right, there is the option of leaving it for the commercial banker. We could do 6 today and leave the option open for the commercial banker, or we would need to do, I'm assuming a runoff on the 3 votes and
If you want to
just identify those.
I
So,
can give you another blank sheet of paper
Right.
if you want it.
so what would be the pleasure?
I think we should leave it for the commercial banker and ask for them to go back and maybe specifically target like local commercial banking. That would be and maybe we'll have one next month for that.
Okay.
When do you anticipate them meeting the first time?
Well, as soon as the board is formed, there's a lot of upfront work to be done. But we can get started.
We ask them how they feel about if they want somebody now or wait? Could we ask them what they want?
I think 6 is the right way to do it. If we choose 7 and then find a commercial banker, then we're back in the same basket again.
Right, I'm
we're
fine
back,
with that.
And we got an even number again. So
I don't know how fast they're going to be taking any actions anyway, so
I think
I'm
there's
fine with
time to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I have 6, a vote for 6, yes?
Right.
Yes, yes, okay. So we have a 6 at this point that will be selected.
You want it, so you're wanting to, do you want to rescore or just choose
We're
someone
going to
make
go
a
with the
motion?
top 6.
Yep. All right. All right, so the ones with the checks would be who you would select today. We continue to specifically target commercial bankers. And then once you choose the ones for today, we then need to decide the terms, because the terms are to be staggered. So that would be part of the adoption.
Could that be done once they have their first meeting? And then they could discern, because I'm assuming that there's going to be a chair, a vice chair, and possibly a recording secretary or whatever the requirements would be?
Sean, is that fine, that once the committee members, the board members meet, then they can decide their terms and for recommendation to the board?
Right, yes.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
That way they can work their issues out together as a team, right?
All right, everybody good with that? Commissioner Carney?
Yes.
Okay.
So we just need a motion to select those 5.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Raymond Ritchie. Oh, don't cover it. There we go. Thank you very much. Sean Roten, Richard Melby, Bruce Parker, Chad Raymond and Donald Turlington to serve on this board.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Pennington. We've been out to public comment. After the motion, Sean, should I go back out, or is that sufficient?
I think that's sufficient,
Okay.
Chair.
All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your applications and for being willing to work on the committee for the IDA. Important step for us. I think you've heard some of the comments about the, and I will say, as far as one final comment, as far as at least my own philosophy in this is, I can't tell you how long we've been trying to get or have talked about pulling expertise, retired expertise from our communities, specifically corporate retirees from Hammock Dunes, Ocean Hammock, and other places, Plantation Bay, where a lot of people are coming down to retire. And it was refreshing to see a number of people, enough to fill this board. And my preference was in getting some new faces, some opportunities within our, especially this committee. And so look forward to them working with the county for the first time and best success as a committee. So appreciate it. Anybody else? Okay. All right. With that done, we have, we'll move on to 8B, consideration for approval of purchase and sale agreement with TCC Real Estate LLC for the purchase of 5.15 acres parcel utilizing environmentally sensitive land program funds. Mr. Mangle.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Adam Mangle, Growth Management Director. This item, with this request, we're looking to expend as much as $1,886,000 out of ESL funds to purchase a single parcel, 5.15 acres in size. Josh, if you can show that on the overhead. And so you may be familiar with this, probably all go by it. It's really one of the last pieces that's left along the intercoastal that's within that area of development. It's got good frontage. Again, 5.15 acres in size. To the south, it adjoins the city of Palm Coast's linear park and the features there that run along. It gives us connection back through the parklands that run through both sides of Palm Coast Parkway, and then runs further south, even down along the intercoastal and the Waterside Park. That Palm Coast has made a significant investment in. Our plan with this would be that one purchase not to exceed $1.886 million, and then what we would do with this is we would turn it over to the city for their ultimate development of this as part of that Waterside Park overall development. You've got existing parking already under the bridge, a lot of interconnectivity that could happen here. There are some conditions within the title that we've mentioned within our recommendation on this. We're working with the owners right now, TCC Real Estate, on resolving those, and so we do have that as part of our closing documents within the purchase and sale agreement, so we need to work through that. But what we've given you then as a recommendation is that we do expend that not to exceed $1.886 million in ESL funds for this purchase. You would also include then, as part of your approval, the budget transfer not to exceed that amount, with the final purchase price conditioned upon the resolution of those closing cost items, those items related to the title that we've mentioned within the purchase and sale agreement. We do need a supermajority vote on this because this is a purchase price in excess of what our LAC manual, or our ESL manual, calls for. You do have a recommendation from the LAC, the Land Acquisition Committee, for you to exceed the threshold within the ESL manual, and so you have that also that you can rely on. And they did review this previously, and they did recommend that the board proceed with this purchase. With that, I'll close. Await any questions or comments. Sarah Spector's here also, be able to help with anything on the legal aspects. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my only concern is that we eliminate the requirements or the allowable uses, and you're working on that.
Yes,
But
sir.
I want to see those gone, that this can only be a park, can only be a park.
Understood.
And you're working on that.
We are.
Okay.
And then, for the record, also, the owner is key in helping us with that, and the owner is actively involved in helping us reach those terms. We've had a prolonged negotiation, but I think it's a great resolution for all of us, and we can bring this forward.
Adam, correct me if I'm wrong. What I read from the backup is that the appraisals had a very large span, and you wanted one price, which was about a halfway, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
roughly
correct.
midway between the low end and the high end, and then they wanted more.
Correct.
Are we in the habit of giving more than what we feel the property's worth? And why is it so necessary to spend that much more for this one parcel? I've not heard that in any of our ESL discussions.
I think as part of the negotiations with this, that the owner had their own appraisal that aligned closely with one of ours, and so they were contending very much so that maybe that the low was not a true appraisal of the valuation, and I think we started with our negotiations at that midpoint. I think we've come to a good resolution where we're at now. I don't know if this is going to be the typical, but it's something that I think we heard what the owner had come back with as a counteroffer. We considered that, and I think what we've come back with is something that takes their considerations, their commentary of providing the reasons why they felt it was a higher value. I think we took that into consideration as part of where we are at with this offer now.
I just weigh in on that. Just it's my personal opinion is we all know that the city approved mass development over in this particular region that hasn't gone in yet, over by the old marina. And we were given a certain amount of funds from the state to expend on this program for ESL and conservation. So while I don't want to be in the habit of overspending, I see this as a win for that area because I could see that property becoming more developed and really crowding in that Clubhouse Drive corridor, particularly with that. I know there's some development going in over here on the other corner as well with townhomes and stuff. So I look at it like that on this particular project. I think it is a win for the city to try to reduce density in that area. And since we have the 10 million and plus funds from the state, and we already had a large amount set aside for ESL, I think it's a good appropriate approach for the city.
I think it's a great piece. I know where it is. Will it connect under the bridge?
It will.
So you will be able to walk through to that. So that will be open to everybody and all.
Can't speak for the city's ultimate intent with this, but that's what we have had those discussions with them about, and that for the moment that is the intent, and that's also part of what goes with what Commissioner Hanson had mentioned. Part of the reason why we need those restrictions to be very specific to allow us those public park uses, and so that's where we're at with this. That's the intent.
I just want to make sure it's available to all the residents and guests and visitors. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, absolutely.
So, Adam, can you help me understand, and this is just lack of knowledge, why we have to turn it over to the city if we buy it?
Don't have to, but we had discussed that with them because it would tie in very well with their existing facilities. And so that the Waterside Park that I think they've even recently won an award with, that this being that northern extension makes good sense for that. And then also then the linear park aspects that you have within the Palm Coast Parkway Greenway. I think that this is a great tie-in with both of those.
Okay, and I did not see in the packet, I'm going to assume, of course, that this went through the committee. And I didn't see a scoring sheet. I thought we were going to get a scoring sheet on how these rank based on application to ESL funding.
This one had been their greatest prioritization. I think it happened, and don't quote me on the date, but I believe it was at the March meeting where it was listed as the first of the priority acquisition.
And that's
I don't
because
think
we had a seller, we had a willing seller?
We have to have a willing seller for us to pursue.
Is that
any
why
of
it
these.
moved up so fast? There were negotiations going on?
Not at that point. I think at that point, we made our presentation to the Land Acquisition Committee, and they reviewed it. We didn't have scoring sheets, and I recall, specific for this one, but the vote of the LAC was to advance it.
Well,
to
if
make
it wasn't
the
that
highest
meeting, it
priority.
was very close to that
It was.
meeting that the scoring sheet was looked at, and, okay.
I think
right.
you're right on the negotiations, but I think they started, if not close to that time, maybe just afterwards. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll just echo the thoughts on the proximity to the entire waterfront park that Palm Coast has established, from Waterfront Park all the way up to the European Village, and this being an extension that, in addition to that. So they've established a, if you'll say, award-winning park system starting from Waterfront Park all the way up, and it is it's a highly used corridor, and they've got parking. From this point, you can access it from European Village or at the southern end at Waterfront Park and be able to bike or walk the system. So I look forward to, again, a park system, an addition, and whatever Palm Coast utilizes. But
Andy, you have
I
one
think
more
it is a
thought?
win for especially internal to Palm Coast, where we seem to always be moving around. But as this comes up for renewal, it's good to have a win in Palm Coast.
Yes, sir.
So I guess that the city of Palm Coast will then be maintaining it, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that relieves us of having to keep on that parcel when we turn it over. So that's the benefit of it.
Correct.
And it is a very, very used area. I've constantly gone there and seen it, so
And I don't
I'm
know if it's
excited.
been said here before, but ESL is collected from the entire county, so we buy in other municipalities for them as well for their use. But they Long Creek was one of them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they
Yes.
maintain it. But
All right, this time we'll go out to public comment. Anybody wish to address the commission on this item? Morning, sir.
Morning, members of the commission. Dennis Bayer, I represent the sellers on this particular piece of property, so I'd be happy to answer any questions. Just for the record, I was the first chairman of Land Acquisition Committee back in 1980, whatever. So familiar with the process. I think this is an ideal piece of property. The family's longtime residents, restaurant owners in the county, the Marlowe family. There was a disparity. We had Cooksey Appraisals, who is one of the best appraiser companies around. My clients had spent time getting the property entitled for use as a restaurant. So that's where the difference in the negotiated prices came, is could the property be used for if it wasn't sold for the county. So I actually got involved after the negotiations, kind of hit a little bit of a stumbling block, met with county staff. We went back and forth with the family a number of times. So this was clearly a well-negotiated purchase agreement. We understand the conditions that the county has on it. We will work with the county to get those restrictions lifted and hopefully come up with a successful acquisition, because I think years and years from now, residents of the county and the city of Palm Coast will appreciate the effort of preserving this and not just having more waterfront development in our community. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Anybody?
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Richard, you're going to have to sit closer.
Good morning, Richard Hamilton again. This is the reason I cycled over today to speak to this meeting or this subject. I'm conflicted. My background, as you know, I was on the ESL. I worked a lot with Dennis. He recruited me to the Flagler Forever program. I sat for several years on the committee. This parcel is a very suitable acquisition for a sensitive land. You've talked about the advantage to the community of being there. And I'm also very supportive of the Marlowe family and their fish and chips, which I remember when they first opened. And so I think it's a very good acquisition. My hesitation is in two aspects. First, the price. Now, this unfortunately is part of the process of the ESL program, is that when you get these different appraisals, you're talked into getting one, and the ESL committee isn't part really of that negotiation. So you're going to have to make yourself comfortable with that price and what else could be there. The second hesitation I have here is we've talked about the restrictions on that property and some negotiations that need to be done. I cycled over it last week, although it said no trespassing. I admit I trespassed. I came up back from down the trail, Palm Harbor, and came through the top end, through the vacation village. It's all cracked up. There's going to be a considerable amount of money needed if you're going to put that trail on. But my hesitation is half that property is actually the Intracoastal right-of-way. And I understand the Marlowes have done a lot of work to get permission to build on it, but 3 of those 6 acres are very heavily restricted, being part of the right-of-way. And that's basically you have that trail. I think you certainly need to allow Palm Coast to do more, not just a passive trail park, but so the citizens can go there, they can sit and they can watch the boats at Yacht Harbor opposite. It's not the most environmentally friendly scene, but it's good. But this trail south of the trail is now blocked to the north because of Jacoby's development up there and whatever's going to go in there. So you can't cycle any further north or walk further north than that. And the trail south of there, there are all sorts of easements in front of Canby Walk, Harborside Village. I would love to know that all those easements are permanent and will be there, because you might end up acquiring something and then finding it's not part of that long trail. So I tried to look at that, but I hope that somebody can answer that before you finally close on it, to make sure that it's going to be usable for the purpose that you want it for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any final questions for Mr. Mangle?
So there is a dead end, I'll use the word dead end, over at the Palm Coast Resort, because their trail, because they have a walking path, I sold that corner unit, and the question was, are they ever going to develop that land next to it? But that begs to answer the question, all the research has been done to know that this land is going to be used for our intent.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Palm Coast fully plays in this big time. And is that okay? I mean, I don't think a trail can go on and on and on. I don't think the goal here is to be able to provide a cycling or walking path for, 26 miles. But the land restriction part that Mr. Hamilton talked about is real.
Correct.
And we're okay. You
As-
answer Mr. Hamilton's question.
Yes,
Thank
yeah.
you.
The two-pronged, the purchase and sale agreement contemplates us working together with the landowner and ourselves, potentially also with the city, to resolve the restrictions of record. One of the things I had kicked around, and you can see, one of the restriction documents was between the TCC Real Estate and the resort and the surrounding parcels. And so what we had said was maybe there would be some consideration then on lifting those restrictions by allowing them, those residents, those visitors, to be able to have maybe through the gate access. They could come through, public could not go through on the reciprocal side. And we're hoping that may be
playing into some of the math there with that. And I don't think we'd have any difficulty with that. Still remain public on these lands, but it would allow then effectively exclusive access through a gate for folks that were within these two areas, to the north and to the west. And I think we've probably seen that in other situations before, have no difficulties on our end with that. Specific to the south, we've had, maybe unfortunately or fortunately, a lot of research on the areas behind Canopy Walk, further down. If you recall, the history with those, county had received the easements from ITT for pedestrian and bike facilities in that area. Upon incorporation of the city, we, and I think at the request of the city, had turned over those easements. And so I'm standing in front of you, and I can state it for the record, that I'm confident that those easements are perpetual. They are to the benefit of the city now, because we have relinquished our rights to those easements, and they are continuous at least down through the developments, I think down to maybe the extent of the north boundary of Grand Haven is where those terminate. But that's the research that we've been involved in, and we know those are in place, and those are perpetual easements. Thank you.
Adam, next time we get in a situation like that, I would appreciate if we had an oversight map so we could for the visuals.
You see more? Sure.
Yeah,
We
when
can do
you're
that.
talking about these easements, where are they starting, where are they stopping? So it would be a more fluid understanding for us as well as for the citizens that are viewing or will be reviewing this meeting. A simple display may make it more comprehensively understandable.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the purchase and sale agreement with TCC Real Estate for the purchase of 5.15 plus or minus acre parcel utilizing environmental sensitive land program funds not to exceed $1.886 million and subject to the passage of the requirement that it only be used as parkland.
All right, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Pennington. We've gone out for public comment. I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move into the 9 items, our public hearings. These are, let's see, 9A is quasi-judicial. Will require ex parte disclosures. This is project 2025040005. Request for an appeal of the Planning and Development Board's decision approving a variance from the minimum required rear setback in the RC district at 3295 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. At this time, I'll ask each if there's any ex parte disclosures. Commissioner Hanson?
I have none.
Commissioner
None.
Pennington?
None.
And nobody, I have none, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Adam Engel, Growth Management Director. And so we will try to stand close to these requirements that we've adopted previously. In this case, the appellant will be offered the bulk of the time. That we do have the applicant, the property owner for the variance, also present. So then we'll proceeding that I think we've lined out. Staff will go with their presentation. Then Mr. Muller has the appellant, and then the owner applicant. And then we'd ask that you open it up for public comment, and then any rebuttal time would be given to Mr. Muller. And so these slides that I have here, first few, are those that were presented to the Planning Board at their February meeting. And so this was the evidentiary basis that, from the standpoint of staff, that went through and said, here's the property location, here's, goodness, did I have the wrong one? Hamming Mooring South. I don't know what happened here with the slides. Let's see if we can get to it. Technical difficulties. What have I saved? Did I move the wrong one over? It's the same thing. I may need to look for my staff somewhere to see if they can help me.
All right, need a few minutes?
We may need a few minutes,
Okay.
yes, sir. I may need to run back and see if I can figure out what got moved over. I'm attempting to get used to a new process for us where we're saving the PowerPoints into the agenda items. Looks like I've failed already. So let me see if I can go and find where I went wrong.
Do we need to come back?
I can attempt to go through it, but it's what it was the planning boards. We could probably go to.
I think we're going to need as much as
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
I recommend you go to the next item, 9B.
Okay.
While they straighten this up.
We could do that.
Okay.
Yes, that'll work.
Do we need a motion to table this or bring it back or just move?
No, you're just
move.
passing
Okay.
on it temporarily.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll be right
thank
back.
you. All right, item 9B, consideration to levy local option gas tax on motor fuel and special fuel for an additional 29 years and 4 months until December 31st, 2054.
Good morning.
Hey there, how are you this morning?
I'm great, thank you. Sorry, forgot. I like to think I'm taller than I am. I'm sorry, Sarah Spector, Assistant County Attorney. Before I get started on the ordinance, I just wanted to make a point of clarification. What was pulled from the consent agenda earlier was simply your approval of the distribution for next year of the gas tax. The reason it was pulled is because at your last meeting, you approved an interlocal agreement, which already does that. It establishes the distribution from this year going forward for 30 years unless the interlocal is amended. So that was not actually doing anything other than just approving the distribution. We needed to do that at the last meeting in order to get to this point here, because that interlocal agreement establishes the distribution for another 30 years for everyone throughout the county. The gas tax will expire as of August 31st of this year. So the purpose of this ordinance before you today is to re-levy that 6-cent gas tax for another. The statute was amended since the last time we actually put it into effect. It was previously for 30 years. Now they have to expire on December 31st. Since this will go into effect on September 1st, you're actually approving it for another 29 years and 4 months to December 31st of 2054. So that's what you have before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
So why so long? Why 30 years on a gas tax?
That's what the statute allows for, and that's what was approved previously, so we were simply carrying it forward for what the statute allows.
Can you make a change to that? Can you make it 10 years? Can you make it, does it have to be 30 years?
I'm not aware of it having to be 30 years, no.
If it's done at 30, can it be revisited?
Yes, but it can only be rescinded on December 31st. So in whatever year you rescind it, it just has to be effective as of December 31st.
And on this motion, could we change the cost, the price of it, or no?
No.
Okay.
No,
What was
this
mentioned
is
earlier,
the-
that's why I was wondering if we could bring that up again.
I apologize for not addressing that. This is for the initial 6 cents levy, which can be approved simply by a majority of the board. Anything else either requires a referendum or a supermajority of the board, and would require different advertising.
Thank you so much.
But that is a future option. If we wanted more than 6, we do either a referendum. Can we say that again for me, please?
Yes, the statute allows for there's a 5 cent, which is very limited in what it can be used for, and an additional 1 cent. The 5 cent is for regular fuel only, as is the 1 cent. The 5 cents would be distributed amongst all municipalities and the county as the current one is. The 1 cent does not need to be. Both the additional 5 cent and 1 cent must be approved either by referendum or by supermajority of the board.
And can be used for?
transportation-related items.
Like
For the
roads?
5 cent.
Like roads?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, and the 5 cent is very limited, and the statute identifies what it can be used for, which is, I can't remember exactly everything, but like the construction of new roads that are part of your capital improvement plan. So, and if we were to come before you with that, we can certainly give you more specifics as to what it can be used for. But the 6 cents is also, that you're voting on today, is also limited to transportation impacts, but is a little more, it's as it's defined in the statute. So it's got a broader definition than the 5 cent tax.
But if we voted by supermajority to do that, we would basically be giving Palm Coast and all the other municipalities additional revenue as well.
On the 5 cents.
On the 5 cents.
Yes, but that 5 cents,
Specific.
like I said, is pretty limited in what it can be
It's
used for. But yes,
it's
it can
there.
be. You're right.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? This time I'll go up for public comment. Anybody wish to address the commission on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back. If there's any final questions for Ms. Spector, we'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye. Didn't we have a motion? Nope, I'm sorry. My motion,
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the levying of the local gas option tax on motor fuel and special fuel for an additional 29 years and 4 months until December 31st, 2054.
Second?
all right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All right, any other? I don't see any other comments or questions. We'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, move to item 9. Let's see. All right, we'll go back. And we will open 9A back up again. Mr. Mangle.
Fingers crossed. Yes. So we are here for the appeal, and it's been filed by the Mullers, the neighbors to the north. Mr. Baer is representing the appellant. This is a subject property. You may remember this. This was lands previously owned by a lady by the name of Plemons. In 2001, as I recall, she had come to the board and that she had gotten approval in this area. This was part of Kanaha Beach subdivision. She had gotten approval for 8 lots. And then you see here these areas on the east side, the beach parcel that's there, and then also then to the west side behind these, the 4 lots on the west side. Both of those parcels were, as part of the arrangement with Plemons for the 8-unit development, those were given to the county. And so those became county parcels. And so part of what we presented as staff was with each of these homes on the east side, you see a similar issue because of the cantilever requirement on what ends up being the northeast corner would be the left side rear corner of each of these homes because of how the diagonals on the lots, you'll see it in better details, we show you the survey, but each one of these have a very similar situation where the rear porch area extends outward and into what we would require ordinarily as a minimum rear setback, but because of it extending outward and not downward, it does not have to meet the rear setback. Our rules are if you're open, cantilevered, no support downward to the ground, then you're not observing then, or you're not required to observe the minimum setbacks. And so that's how these come into play, is that in each one of these similarly situated, it's going to be that back left corner of each of these. Right side, not a problem because of how these lots are configured. Future land use, mixed use, low intensity, residential, limited commercial for the zoning. And then these are all part of a velocity zone, flood zone VE within the flood zones. Soils, Palm Beach, gravelly sand. And again, this particular lot was deemed a buildable lot through the board's action, eventually through 2001. And that's the reference I'm making to the Plemons plat, the 8 lots. And so this one was one of the 4 lots approved on the east side. And this is these are the building plans, I believe. And so this is from the original construction. And you can see then, if you look at the north side is going to be Atlantic Ocean, south side is A1A, or correction, bottom is A1A, south is to your right, north is to your left, generally speaking. And then that corner that you're seeing just about in the center where it says wood balcony, that's the area where we end up having this rear setback because of how because of how that lot line is drawn at its angle. The rear setback is that related distance from that rear lot line. And so if you have a home on there that isn't squared up to that rear lot line, then you have a portion of it that's going to extend into that setback. And so each of these homes have had to deal with that, each of these 4 homes. Again, these are the plans themselves. I think this was from the original submittal when we had the permit come in from the Silhans, the owners of the property, intending to expand the deck area. And they were showing there the 8x8 support posts that would be underneath that expanded deck area. As part of our technical review committee review on this, we discussed this, and at that time, the Silhans elected to remove from their application for the variance the expanded deck area. Instead, what they would do is they would come in and add the vertical supports only to support the extent of the deck as it existed prior to them starting their work. This did come to us as a code case. Work was commenced without a permit. The owners to the north, the Mullers, did file the code case, I think with justification for the unpermitted construction. And then that's what put us in motion for the building permit, stop work order, and then the variance request. The variance request then reduced so that red area that you see as expanded deck area, no longer part of that request. Planning board reviewed it just for the addition of the vertical support posts underneath that existing wood balcony that you see there. And you can see here, this I think shows that distance even better, our 20-foot rear setback. And so this gives you that idea of what we were looking for with that request, 7.81 foot rear setback variance, because the post would then go downward vertically, where presently it's supported as, we called it a cantilever, maybe inaccurately. Diagonal supports is what you have. You have these diagonal supports that do not connect downward from the bottom of the deck or balcony down to the ground level. If we had that, we would be observing the rear setback, would have had a variance that's needed. That's the prompting for the variance now. So this again, in the case reference that I have here at the top, the project reference refers to the original variance. This and the next few slides are the slides that we presented to the Planning and Development Board at their February meeting as part of the staff's presentation. So this was the request, 5,000 square foot lot, portion of the 3rd Street, 50-foot wide right-of-way depicted on the plat of Kanaha Beach. Request for a 9-foot setback variance. In the end, that's what we came back with. Before the fact variance request triggered by the notice of violation for unpermitted work, any objections raised by the neighboring property owners. And then these slides, we went through each of the variance criteria. I won't read these into the record, but these were what we did present to the planning board as part of staff's presentation that the planning board relied on, along with the testimony and evidence presented at the meeting to form the basis of their approval of the variance. I'll leave it on this slide for just a couple minutes more. Maybe to emphasize on this one, I'm sorry, on number 2, acted at all times in good faith. When they were informed that a permit was needed, the Silhans did stop the work, and we've monitored it since then. They could not then do anything. The extent of the work that they had done, enlarging the rear deck, they had to leave all that in place. It still remains in place and effectively unused at this point. These are the criteria 3 and 4, welfare, safety, morals of the community, And then the no variance may be granted for use of land or building that is not permitted by this article. We have a final criteria that's not numbered. And this is the one that frequently both applicants and appellants rely on, but we also likewise rely on it because it's to demonstrate that the requested variance is the minimum amount of relief that's necessary to alleviate the hardship, and so that you're not over asking for your request for a variance consideration. And so we've said here, we believe that is the minimum relief necessary because it's the extent of the existing balcony. And so these were the options that we gave to our planning board. So we told them 9-foot rear east yard setback variance for approval. And then approval of conditions, they could have added conditions, and we did add that as staff with the condition that the deck and the area above and beneath it cannot be enclosed. Denial could have been an option for them, or they could have continued it to a time and date certain had they not had sufficient evidence in order to make their decision. In the end, they approved with conditions, with the condition that we had mentioned here, condition that the deck and the area above and beneath it could not be enclosed. What we heard at the time, both the technical review committee and the planning board from the adjacent neighbors, was that putting up a wall there would further impair their view of the ocean. And that resonated with the planning board. And so that by having that solid wall that would be present, it was viewed as not in line with the variance. And so they granted the variance ultimately with the condition in place, approval with conditions. This is my summary slide for the appeal of why we're here, how we got here. And so the appeal filed by the neighbor to the north, the Mullers. Grounds, basically from my standpoint, is that variance criteria are not met because no hardship exists. You've had a chance to read Mr. Muller's submittal. I think in summary, I think that's the basis of it. Certainly, he and Mr. Baer will raise more points. Specifically, citation was that the applicant owner, Silhan, did not act at all times in good faith, started work without a building permit. We contend on our end, upon notice, the applicant owner did stop work and then applied for the building permit, prompting the variance. We're still then, all the work is in abeyance until the outcome of the variance, and now the variance appeal is decided. We did have a discussion after we initially published this, and this discussion was about how we addressed the vote in the minutes. Our planning board, Mr. Muller, had anticipated in advance potentially filing the appeal. He had a transcript provided. Transcript itself showed 3 votes in the affirmative that were recorded. You have that transcript also. And so we didn't have then a 4-2 or a 5-1 that was verbalized on the minutes. When you went back and correct, yeah, that's correct, on the minutes themselves. We did have, and what we stated it as when we presented it as the minutes for the planning board to approve, a vote of 4-2 with Mr. Langello, Mr. Lombardo, both voting against the approval. The timing, if you had gone back and listened to the YouTube or read the transcript, it is such that the chair, Mr. Boyd, called for those who were in favor of the motion to say aye. Then there was a pause. Then he asked for those opposed. He did not request in a nay vote, but Mr. Langello offered verbally nay. And then shortly thereafter, pause, and Mr. Lombardo says aye. So we thought we were okay. We recorded that as a 4-2, went back and contacted Mr. Lombardo, and he said, no, I did not intend that. I intended to vote with the majority. And so we have a set of amended minutes going back to the planning board at our June meeting for them to review and approve with that change being made. There had been a question raised about the chair himself, and when he had called for the vote, you cannot hear, we cannot pick it up on the YouTube whether Chair Boyd had voted himself. And what I'll say there is how we're listing the vote presently is 5-1, 5 in favor, inclusive of the chair, 1 opposed, Mr. Langello only. And cannot reach Mr. Boyd right now. He is out of the state. We will talk to him when he comes back. Certainly he'll have a chance also to review this minutes and make any comment on the amended minutes when we bring it back to them. But that's one of the items that's come up, and you'll likely hear about that from Mr. Baer and Mr. Muller about this. We view this as an issue because, as you know, you can't abstain from voting unless you have a declared reason, a declared conflict. He did not have that declaration. We've had other items before where he, as chair, has asked for the vote, and then we have recorded his vote as in favor without him verbally stating a vote one way or the other. And so that's been some amount of precedent. I think what you'll hear by the appellant is a desire to have this go back and be effectively revoted at the planning board. I don't think there's anything to gain from that because whether we're at 5-1 or 4-2, I'm not sure what we'd have as far as a change in the resolution with the actual request. But I wanted to make sure you knew about that, and you probably had a chance to review that record, same as we have, and you see where we're at with that. Hindsight's always 20/20. I think we would have had, with a transcriptionist present, we would have called for a roll call vote. We likely should have done that. Likewise, we may want to do that today, just for the purposes of clarity of the record. As a reminder to the board, in your review of this, in that position where you are now, where you're reviewing the record, the prior record that was provided, no new evidence. Here are the three directions that we've given you previously on these appeals. You're to look at whether or not the Planning and Development Board's decision was supported by competent, substantial evidence, whether due process was accorded, and whether the essential requirements of the law have been observed. So that's your very narrow scope in reviewing the appeal. And then based on those, based on what you have in your review of the record, presentation by the appellant, the rebuttal by the applicant, and then in turn, the final conclusion and presentation by the appellant to wrap up their appeal of this item. You are requested to make one of the following decisions: to approve the appeal request overturning the Planning and Development Board's decision on the variance. And then with this course of action, the Board of County Commissioners will be, again, overturning the decision, Planning and Development Board's variance, that's specifically to allow the vertical posts, subject to condition that the deck in the areas below and above cannot be enclosed. With that, then the sill hands would still be able to proceed with a permit, would have to go back and replace the cantilever with the diagonal supports, would not be able to have a vertical support. You could deny the appeal request. And with that, you're upholding the Planning and Development Board's decision. That would then affirm the Planning and Development Board's decision to grant the variance, along with that condition that was originally imposed by the board that, no solid construction, no walls above or below. You could remand it back, and likely that would be based on the grounds I've already given you, that if we view that as a fatal flaw on the vote, we could remand it back to the Planning and Development Board, and then we go through effectively a new evidentiary proceeding. We'd be able to, in effect, correct the record on the vote, but then likewise, I would suspect, present additional argument then that's both in support and in opposition to the variance request itself. And then, again, yet another outcome that would come from that decision. And the fourth option would be to continue your proceeding today for additional evidence that we didn't have, that we didn't bring forward, either ourselves or the parties that would bring this to you today in this proceeding. Final reminder to you that unlike rezonings, the appeal on the variance could effectively be reapplied for as early as tomorrow. So the variance itself, depending on how this goes, the variance could be the subject of an application submitted by the owner, again, to correct any flaws or any different direction they may want to head in. And it could be filed as soon as tomorrow. There is no time bar on the filing of an application if the appeal was decided where the appeal effectively granted the Mullers their appeal, overturned the variance. The sill hands, the owners of the subject property, could come in and reapply as soon as tomorrow. You would expect, though, if it's the same or similar request, we'd have a similar outcome. So with that, I'll close, await any questions or comments. I've submitted my report for the record. And I think we have a comprehensive record that gives you enough of a basis to review the planning board's decision and how they reached that decision, and certainly certainly give the time then to Mr. Baer, Mr. Muller for their appeal and the specifics of that appeal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you could just clarify, a few slides back, you said one of the things in our purview is making sure that the essential requirements of the law were met. So just highlight that. What is that? What falls under that purview?
I may look to Al to help me out there, phone a friend, but that's going to be that. And to me, though, that would, number 2 and number 3 are well, actually all 3 of them are interrelated. But the essential requirements of the law, I believe there, is that the planning board, in making their decision, did not vary from a basic tenet of what their responsibilities were. So we got competent substantial evidence, due process as far as holding hearings, having testimony available, essential requirements of law. I think there are to me, that's the stumbling, but I'm trying to come up with. They didn't overreach. They didn't go beyond, phone the friend, they didn't go beyond their scope. They didn't go into the realm of fact finding. Again, for instance, they didn't, they have some degree they're doing that. But the essential requirements of law for them are the LDC, Robert's rules. Those are the basis of their decision making. And I think your decision then is, and I don't think the evidence that you have shows that, but did they stray from any of those?
Mr. Adid, did you want to?
Essentially, that the planning board followed all the legal protocols in all the applicable instruments, like the land development code, the due process requirements, anything that governs this proceeding. Did they miss something? Did they not follow an essential requirement of the law?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Mengel?
Yeah, the piece that we have, one of the things we have to adjudicate is, I think the very first item was that this would, if they're not allowed to put the vertical in, that it's somehow harmful to the applicant, to the people that own the property, and they felt that it was, that not if forcing them to put the cantilever back was in some regard harmful, and I'm not using the right term, but harmful, and that is alleviated by the vertical. I just didn't see that.
I think on one side you'll see from the standpoint of Silhans, I think you're correct, sir. That from the Silhans, they presented an engineer's letter that paraphrasing wrongly, but that says that the vertical support is, in the opinion of the structural engineer, the best alternative that's available, as opposed to the cantilever or the diagonal supports. And so you have that in support of the owner applicant on the variance. But then likewise, Mr. Muller's stance, and I think you saw it in the application, is we've all done it without that. Why can't they? And so I think that you've I think, not to steal their argument, but it would be, if you're looking at analogous situations, and again, every variance rising or falling on its own, we have a strong allegiance to the idea that these don't set precedent. But in fact, out of these 4, I think 2 have gone through a similar process, this one and another one, for a very similar request. And so leaves the 2 others that are out there that still have the cantilevers present. But I think you're right, that's a consideration that you need to probably work through first.
It seems like that's the key issue. The rest of it, it's all, to me, black and white. That's the one issue and the planning board was pretty clear on their decision on that, I thought. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, anything else before we go to the appellant?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. So now we'll have a presentation by the appellant, Mr. Baer.
Good morning again, members of the County Commission. Dennis Baer on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Muller, the applicant, or excuse me, the appellants or petitioners in this proceeding. In the land use law, there's a phrase we use quite often that Sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness and ask for permission. That's what you're dealing with here. If you look at the transcript from the hearing below, Mr. Silhan said unequivocally and very clearly, we knew there was an issue with the deck before we bought the property. There was some corrosion. Well, any of you that have lived in Flagler County long enough with oceanfront property, weathering of exterior structures is something that occurs all the time. Cantilevers are not that uncommon on A1A lots. They're in Beverly Beach, they're in this neighborhood. So the use of cantilevers is not some unusual engineering or construction design. And here it was done for a reason, that's because of the setbacks. What staff didn't show in their report, and there's in my client's original application back in February, there were pictures of the deck. And this serves two purposes. One, if you look closely, on the deck, they used some of the cantilever supports that were there from the original structure as vertical supports. So the issue of corrosion, I don't know. But the other thing is this shows clearly that this is something that does impact, this is taken from my client's property, it does impact their view of the dune system that is part of that original Plemons project. I was involved with that back in 2001. Those dunes areas were set aside in conservation easements for protection. So clearly there's an impact to my clients. So let's look at the record and let's look at the law that you're required to apply. First, this was a self-created hardship. This was done over Thanksgiving weekend, no permits, and Adam didn't show the picture, but there is a picture in the record that shows they actually were expanding the deck to be out further. Well, that's why they needed vertical support, is because the deck was bigger than what had originally been permitted when the house was built in 2014. So there's no evidence presented in their engineering letter that says cantilevers won't work. It's not an impossible situation that you deal with variances. You know, if you look at some of the variances that I know some of you have considered in the past, we have a pie-shaped lot. Can't quite get the corner of the living room in, or the other issue I've had in front of the county commission is that the surveyor and the pool company put the pool in the wrong place behind the house. Work's been done, clearly a hardship, not created by the applicant. You don't have those circumstances here. Again, this is something they knew when they bought the property. Cantilevers work. My clients have cantilevers. The other, Mr. Tant, who will testify today, or who testified below, it's not an unusual engineering design or device. So first off, it was self-created in violation of the variance law. Second, it's not unique. Other property owners have dealt with the same type of maintenance. And third, there's no hardship. If you look at the engineer's letter, which we would have objected had I been at the planning board on grounds of hearsay, because the engineer was not there to present the findings, so he wasn't there for cross-examination by my clients. It doesn't say anything about impossibility. A cantilever could be put back up there. There's nothing in the record that says it can't be done. And again, my client did provide he's an attorney obviously on his appeal, which he filed on his own, the case law that says the burden is upon the homeowner, the applicant seeking the variance, to show that there's impossibility of performance. Your code reads that it is the property, the land itself, that must be unique, not the nature of the project. So Adam showed that slide. All 8 of those lots are identical. So there's nothing unique about this particular piece of the property that would warrant the granting of a variance for that property. So basically, and Mr. Mueller and his wife will get up in a few moments as part of the public comment and provide their input, but why is this an issue? Because basically you're rewarding bad behavior. This was something done in advance on a Thanksgiving weekend without permits to try to expand the deck, thinking nobody would notice. So our position is that in order for a variance to be granted, the hardship must render it virtually impossible to use the land for which it is zoned. That's the case law in the state of Florida, prior appellate decisions dealing with variance law. So a cantilever deck that had been on this property for 10 years, that requires some maintenance and some improvements, does not rise to that level. So for that reason, I respectfully request that you reverse the decision of the planning board, and I'll reserve my further comments for rebuttal. Thank you.
Hold on a sec, in case we have any questions. Any questions for Mr. Baer in his presentation? Mr. Hanson.
Dennis, I'm going to ask you an engineering question.
Sure.
Those homes were required to be on pillars
Yes, sir.
You know, sunk some number of feet into the ground. So if you put a vertical support in, that's not going to be on a pillar, as I read. And it made sense that the cantilever is tied to the part of the house that is built on pillars. So it seems to me that there was a reason to use the cantilever rather than a vertical. Is that,
That makes sense to me. I mean, but again, it was because of the setback issue as well that, and it also.
Well, I understand that.
It also prevents the gradual encroachment of, okay, we put up a screen this week, we put up a wall a year from now, and then eventually you've got a closed-in structure down there as well. Can't do that with cantilever.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
In the backup, there's a statement about 4 out of the 8 homes have cantilevers. Do you know what the other 4 homes have in there, or?
My client can give you more information on that, but the one, and Adam mentioned the one that the variance was granted for. Well, initially that variance was denied because the neighbors opposed it. Somehow the second time, and I don't know all the circumstances, but we pulled up the records with county staff, is that it got approved, but there was no opposition to the other one. They did get a variance for it, but initially it was denied by the planning board.
And it was vertical.
It was vertical. But as you well know, cantilevers in Beverly Beach on the townhomes right there on A1A is a structure that's for all of the decks on those properties as well. Thank you.
One more question.
Don't get off that easy.
So you know, in our in this setting, in our role in this, we are limited in what we are supposed to be doing as county commissioners in this appellate proceeding. So, which of your arguments was related to our position and where the planning board may not have had substantial competent evidence or did not adhere to the variance?
So my first argument would be that there is not sufficient competent substantial evidence to support their decision because their own engineering report said it's not an impossibility. You can go back with cantilevers. Mr. Silhan said that in the record, that it's not an impossibility that you could build with cantilevers. They prefer to go the other route, but that doesn't make it rise to the level of approving a variance. A secondary issue, minor in nature, but the issue of the engineering report with no engineer there to be cross-examined and present. We don't even know from looking at his report if he ever visited the property. It doesn't say it in his report that he actually came out there and set eyes on it other than just something that he looked at secondhand. And the third is this vote issue that I wasn't directly involved with but came up last week. Did the planning board properly vote? Because if one of the members did not vote and did not abstain, then that calls into question the validity of the vote. But that's a third issue. But I really think looking at what was presented and looking, and staff mentioned it, Adam mentioned it, each variance is supposed to rise and fall on the merits of that variance. But now if you've started the process of saying that, oh, it's oceanfront property, it has more deterioration because of weather, that's a basis for a variance, you're kind of getting on a slippery slope there. You're going to start seeing that in more cases, I predict. That, okay, I've got corrosion, I've got issues to deal with, give me a variance. So I think you're opening up a dangerous precedence by doing that.
Now, the engineer signed and sealed report by the engineer can be considered substantial competent evidence. You may not agree with it, but it is substantial competent
But
evidence,
let's look
right?
at what it says. So everything it talks about is that replacing the cantilever supports with vertical post anchored to a pile foundation. It talks about structural benefits, improved maintenance, easier to inspect, limited impact, but it doesn't say anything at all that there's a hardship or it's impossible to go back to the design that was originally there that was required by the county for not only this property, but for the neighboring properties as well, which have the exact same physical characteristics as the Silhan's lot. So there's nothing in the engineering report that says we just can't do it without a variance. And that's what you're supposed to consider.
There was some discussion, if I remember correctly, about water intrusion. Was that part of the deliberation or a reason?
Sure, but let's talk about water intrusion. You're going to have that on the existing top deck anyway, where it ties into the building. it wasn't properly sealed. That's a maintenance issue. It's not an impossibility of performance issue, which you're supposed to find with a variance. So anytime you've got something tied into the house, there's that potential, sliding glass doors, whatever the case may be, but you still have this deck structure tied into the house on the top part of the deck. So I don't see where that's a valid reason either.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. All right. This time we'll go out for public comment. Yeah, Mr. Mangle. The owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Very good. All right. At this time, we'll hear from the owner.
Good morning. My name is Sid Silhan, 3295 Ocean Shore. In October, my wife and I purchased this property. We knew that it had repair work necessary. It was clear that the supports, the joist supports on the deck were completely corroded. On the day of the home inspection, there was water running down the inside walls. We knew when we purchased the property that it would need to be improved. We did not appreciate the extent to which the deck was removing itself from the house. The deck is supported by 6 angular supports. When we got into the circumstances of replacing the joist supports, we appreciated the degree to which the deck was failing. We spoke to the builder, who explained that the reason he put the cantilevers on is because of the setback. We spoke to 2 contractors, one of whom replaced the cantilevers with vertical supports to the property 2 doors to my north. The appellant is my immediate north neighbor, 2 doors to the north. One of those 4 lots that are oddly shaped and uniquely circumstanced, and the houses are uniquely placed on them, had the same problem with the same cantilever supports, the same results. I also spoke to a structural engineer, an objective, independent third party who could look at this and give us an assessment as to what's the proper way to resolve the circumstances. They all suggested the only reasonable way to solve this problem is to remove the cantilever supports and install vertical supports. I would suggest that common sense would suggest the same, that the vertical supports allow for the displacement of the weight, preventing the deck from pulling off of the house, creating water problems and an unsafe environment for the deck, for myself, for my family, for my neighbors, and frankly, for the entire community. Our request to the board was to replace 6 angular supports with vertical posts. The board approved that variance. Could I please use the overhead? Thank you. Not my skill set. The board understands that the standard that must be applied in an appeal is that the appellant has a very heavy burden to carry. He cannot carry that burden. He has to show that the board failed in one of 3 ways. That the board denied him procedural due process. He didn't get his day in court. There's no question that there was a full hearing preceded by a technical review committee, and Mr. Mueller had full ability to put forth his argument. Failing that, which he does, he then needs to show that the essential requirements of law were not met. There was a question about what that's been interpreted as. Florida courts have interpreted that as essential elements of law. Not every element of law, the essential elements of law. They've gone further and defined that application to say that should the commission find that the board failed in applying the essential elements of law, that they would have to determine that that was a gross miscarriage of justice. Did the board, in granting a variance to convert failed angular supports to vertical supports, create a gross miscarriage of justice? I would submit to this commission that by no means did the variance request granted by the board result in a gross miscarriage of justice. The third element that the appellant must prove is that the board failed in applying the proper law to the proper facts and finding those facts properly. Commissioners, we spent over 1 hour in that board hearing talking about the pros and cons of angular supports, vertical supports, water intrusion, corrosion. That meeting was preceded by another technical review committee meeting where we reviewed engineering documents, all of the pros and cons of angular versus vertical supports. There is no question that the board, comprised of individuals that we as a community asked to volunteer their time and to come with an educated perspective, land use, engineering, architectural. One of the individuals on the board pointed out that he had 40 years of engineering and architectural experience. I don't know what the composition of the other board members were, but they all volunteered their time and did what we asked them to do as a community, which was to have an objective, independent, impartial perspective with the benefit of the entire county in mind. Not one landowner, not one property owner, everyone. That board met and we litigated this issue for over an hour. There is no chance that an objective reading of that record could conclude that they did not have substantial evidence to apply the law that was clearly set forth by the county staff and county attorney who were present in the meeting and helped guide the board in applying those rules to those facts. There is no chance that the appellant can carry his very heavy burden of showing that any of these three criteria were met. But let's entertain the possibility. Did the board consider some of the circumstances that might result with failed angular supports holding up a 2-story deck on an oceanfront piece of property in a heavy hurricane potential zone? The board considered a safe, stable, and sturdy deck to be the only reasonable use of that property. The board considered preventing a windborne hazard in a high wind circumstance, which I don't need to tell anybody in this room what that's all about, as a reasonable use of that property. The board considered minimizing known risks on the property, allowing for an insurable standard for homeowners insurance, difficult to get in any circumstance, and even more so in the state of Florida, on a coastal property with a known infirmity in a 2-story deck. The board considered preventing foreseeable harm. The board considered the gold standard for building practices. There was a commentary earlier about how many cantilevers are on this 4-property stretch of properties. These 4 unique properties. There's over 86,000 parcels in Flagler County. 4 of them have this odd angular shape with a house on a trapezoidal lot trying to get the most out of the ocean. And of those 4 lots, 2 have been granted a variance to allow for a conversion of angular supports to vertical posts for this exact same reason. The board considered the compliance of my duty of care and safety towards guests and visitors, neighbors, first responders, to not perpetuate a known failed building design. They considered that repairing the deck in the most cost-effective and practical manner was a reasonable use of that property. And they considered that all of this could be accomplished without any impact at all, visual, access, otherwise, to the neighbors or the community. They considered all of those things in their determination of was this a reasonable use of this land. Now, reasonable isn't well defined, and it's kind of hard to actually put your finger on it. But there's some interesting things. The appellant, who claims that this would not be a reasonable use of the land, not terribly long ago joined into an application for an exemption, a variance, so to speak, of Florida law that would have allowed for. I'll drop that point. What was in the record was the notification that the building immediately to the north of Mr. Muller's property applied for and received the same variance for the same purpose, with no objection, leading one to conclude that that would be a reasonable use of land. Incidentally, since then, there has been no tragedies. That building has stood, and those vertical supports have maintained it. But we know reasonable and unreasonable is hard to define. So what would be unreasonable? The board considered that replacing a known failed building design with another known failed building design would be an unreasonable use of that land. I would suggest that disregarding the combined evidence and experience of that board of volunteers would be unreasonable. Disregarding the input and the experience of two building contractors, the original builder of the house, and the structural engineers, all of which we engaged with independently to get independent perspectives, all of whom concluded vertical supports were the best method, would be unreasonable. Perpetuating this high liability, limiting land values, creating a circumstance at odds with public policy, land use policy, disregarding two concessions we made solely at Mr. Muller's request. The deck, because of the cantilevers, is oddly shaped. It's difficult to move around. My mother's in a wheelchair. It's difficult to move her through there. Our original request was for 96 square feet of additional deck expansion, but we dropped it. It's not part of the variance. It's not part of my discussion now. It is, however, evidence that when Mr. Mueller objected to that, we dropped it without hesitation. When the board suggested an additional limitation to the deck, we accepted it without hesitation. There's no question that what we are looking to do is the minimal amount necessary to accomplish these very reasonable and well adjudicated aspects of repairing our deck. There was a question about the other properties, and are they cantilevered? Those that are not were built after our property. There's a clear suggestion that building practices evolved. Mr. Muller's house doesn't have cantilevers, contrary to council's opinion. There aren't any. Why aren't there any? Because he doesn't need them, because the building practices have evolved. They've recognized that we don't need to use cantilevers anymore. We have better materials and better construction. They get the benefit of that. We ask for the same benefit. Not an unreasonable request, a very narrow request. There was a discussion of the engineer's report. It's a clear analysis of the gold standard for building practices to displace the weight directly into the ground when possible. The only reason this was not undertaken in this circumstance was because of the setback requirements. The prior owner told me that. The builder of the house told me that. If done today, under normal circumstances, this deck would be supported with vertical supports. My final point is in the context of bad faith or lack of good faith. I don't live at this house permanently. We bought it in October. I brought my family down on our school vacation at a time when I could get some work done on the house. The fact that it's Thanksgiving was purely circumstantial and based on school schedules. There is no intent to evade any of the circumstances. We have not created this circumstance. We have an angular lot, a house that sits on a trapezoid. The county owns the land immediately in front. It's not obvious. We had no knowledge that we were walking into a setback requirement. And when informed, absolutely followed the criteria that the county has set forth without fail. Last year, Flagler County issued 17,000 building permits. 17,000 building permits. If there is an adjudicator of what good faith is in applying for a building permit, I would suggest to you that it is the county staff who walked through 17,000 of these between all the cities in the county. And their analysis was that there is no lack of good faith in our circumstances. That would trouble me if I had respect for this appeal. I don't want to be here. No more than any of you want to hear this. But we're here. I bought a piece of property that needed to be repaired, and I want to repair it once. I don't want to come back here 10 years again in the future to say that angular supports now need to be replaced again with vertical supports. This is not an appeal about land use. It's not an appeal about public policy or safety, or did the board properly follow its application of rules? Did it develop its facts, procedural due process? It's not about any of that. It's not even about views, because it's clear that there is no impediment to my neighbor's views of anything by converting angular supports to vertical supports. There's no possible way it could be. Also in the record, it's pointed out, Mr. Mueller has installed a 7-foot PVC fence on his north and south line property lines. There's no possible way you can see through a PVC fence to see decks, to see supports. To suggest otherwise is disingenuous. It asks you to suspend reality and imagine that a vertical post has somehow impeded his view. In my opinion, this appeal is about spite. It's a perfect example of the lesson I try and impart to my children. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because Mr. Mueller has the ability to make this appeal doesn't make it a good idea. And I would ask you not to endorse that and to uphold the board's variance granting entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we ask questions of the owner? If anybody has any questions for the owner? Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Public comment? All right, at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. Anybody wish to address the commission on this item?
Good morning. My name is Sandy Muller. I live at 3299 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. I live next door to the applicant, and I oppose the variance. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you. I would like to reiterate what I said previously, and my comments are in the record. After many, many years of working and saving, my husband and I built our oceanfront home in Flagler Beach, following all county and DEP codes. We respected our neighbors' views and properties and the zoning codes. We are a small community up there on the beach, and we have become friends with all our neighbors and help and respect each other, the dunes, and the wildlife. We love our turtles and birds. We welcomed the Silhans to our community when they moved in October in the home next to us. Then Thanksgiving weekend, when no one was around, Mr. Silhan started building a huge extension and vertical posts on his deck into the setback and blocking our cherished views. Without a variance or permit from the county or DEP, until he was shut down by the code enforcement. He's an attorney and his wife a real estate agent, and didn't know that they needed a permit or variance to extend their deck. By the way, the extension that is blocking our views and protruding into the setback is still there 6 months later. Mr. Silhan should not be rewarded a variance for breaking the law. Thank you for your time and protecting our community.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chairman Dance and members of the commission. My name is Tom Tant. I live at 3311 North Ocean Shore Boulevard. That's about 150 feet from this property, and I am neighbors to the Mullers. Sorry, excuse me. I've been there since 1988. I've been there since 1988. I've seen many storms, etc., and I have a different view of this. I've lost 80 feet of dune that's 20 feet high that was behind my house because of the erosion of the storms. I have seen porches and houses destroyed by the hurricanes. I've seen the water come up and destroy the houses and the wind at 110 miles an hour. I think this cantilever concept is a great concept, and the reason I do think it's a great concept is because it holds, you remember the house is on concrete pillars. All these new homes are on concrete pillars. Our old homes weren't. Well, by putting a cantilever to the porch, it is now one single unit. So if water comes up and gets underneath the house, it will not destroy that one unit because it's all supported by cantilevers. And we do live in a special area, and I want to let you know, to show you, I have a letter, August of 2008, by the Corps of Engineers saying that our area, which is between certain posts, 50 and 59, is subject to a 1.5 and 2 feet erosion annually. Annually, the most in Flagler County. I also have the critical erosion beaches survey by the Department of Natural Resources dated June 22. And it says, following the impact of Matthew in 216, the 1.1 mile segment of Painter's Hill, R50 to R57, which is our area, critically eroded, threatening development. Critically eroding. So this is a very special part of the beach in Flagler Beach. And if you go back to the variance, Section 3 in the variance that was presented mentions safety. There is definitely a safety issue. If the porch is undermined, the porch falls off the house, it tears open the east side of the house to weather, and it also creates a lot of debris that will be hitting the houses on either side or on the west side of this house. So I think there's a whole different aspect that you need to look at this, because safety is certainly an issue. I've witnessed it year after year. Porches coming down because of vertical posts being undermined. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Good morning, or good afternoon, whichever we're at. My name is Charles Muller. I live at 3299 North Ocean Shore Boulevard, right next door to the applicant's property. And I oppose this variance. There are two clear legal reasons why you must reverse the planning board in this variance. That is, number one, the planning board decision is not supported by competent substantial evidence in the record. In fact, the evidence in the record proves that this variance cannot legally be granted under the zoning code. And number two, the planning board did not apply the essential requirements of law. What does that mean? The planning board did not apply the correct law, correct zoning code law to the facts and evidence. And the zoning code law matters. It matters because the zoning code law provides very specific legal rules that the applicants must prove for the grant of a variance. Rules that homeowners in the county, like me and you have a right to rely on to know what can and cannot be built in their neighborhoods, with variances granted only in accord with very strict rules. Here, because the applicants have not and cannot prove the requirements of the rules, the planning board cannot legally grant this variance. That is why our appeal discusses the facts and the law in detail to explain what the law is and how the planning board did not apply the law. And after you've read our appeal, if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them for you. Take variance rule number 1. In order for a variance to be granted, the applicants must prove they have an unnecessary hardship related to their land, not related to what they want to build on their land. Everything that you've heard in this case about deck supports, engineering reports, vertical supports, diagonal supports, it's all totally irrelevant. That is what they want to build on their land. That cannot be the basis for a variance. A hardship for a variance is because of unique circumstances applicable to the land, not the building, the land, okay? You can't build anything on it under the existing zoning code. Here, there's a house on the land already. They can't meet that hardship. They have no hardship. And in fact, the land is not unique. The staff report shows that all the lots are the same, including our lots. That being the case, the applicants cannot be granted this variance. You need to overturn it because the applicants, basically, fundamentally, the applicants do not have an unnecessary hardship related to their land. Thank you. I'd be glad to answer any questions, but I see my time is up.
Thank you.
David Eckert, Callydale, sir. I had no intention of speaking on this topic, but as I listened to what's being discussed.
Mr. Eckert, she couldn't get your name.
Oh, E-C-K-E-R-T. Eckert, yeah. There's some portions of what's being discussed here that's very important for the county, and I thought I might want to add some information. All of these lots are permitted as part of the Coastal Construction Control Line permitting process by Florida DEP. These foundations cannot be altered without resubmission if the foundations are going to be altered. The setbacks, the 72 lots at the south end of Hammock Dunes are all, a portion of those are cantilevered, and no adjustments. We signed agreements with FDP. I own one of those houses, that if we ever are going to modify those foundations, that you must resubmit to Florida DEP for a new CCCL permit relative to the foundation. So I don't know whether the planning board took that into consideration, and you have a new design and what FDP. Well, the issue is this is a jurisdictional area for Florida DEP to decide what the structure of the piling system should be, and not this county, and not the, I would contest it, maybe the planning board has something to say after they receive the CCCL permit, but not before that point. So I just want to warn you that this is more complicated than what you may assume based upon what's been said so far, and take that in consideration.
Thank you.
Raymond Royer, Painted Soul Section. I actually attended the meeting when they had it, the zoning and planning. I don't think it was properly vetted, and then I don't think the subject matter should even be in front of you. I don't even think they exhausted all the hearing process at the planning and zoning. I think it required at least 3. And unfortunately now it's being subject to use. Also, the law hasn't been followed because right now you're not even in clarity of what the vote really was. Was it 4-1? Was it 5-2? Who knows? I mean, because the notations were not correctly given, and you shared that yourselves. The reason I'm speaking on that because my subject matter was in the same manner, where I didn't get the opportunity to have the law followed by the zoning and planning hearing. So the reason I'm speaking up on that is because the minutes are important to be clear and to make sure that when you decide on a subject matter like this, the vote is important. And even though, making a comment that the vote may come back being 5-2 or whatever it was, 5-1. That's the matter of fact. But the thing is, I believe you should kick it back to the planning and zoning, have another hearing, and I do believe with the applicant, not the applicant, but the last gentleman that spoke, that it is a DEP subject matter. I kind of, I got another subject going on right now that I'm dealing with the DEP, and I'm finding a lot that the DEP plays a lot of role in this, and I think you need to kick it back to planning and zoning, and they have to I think they have to revote, because I don't think both sides had enough information even for the planning and zoning, and the planning and zoning is under a lot of pressure to make a decision. I don't even think they get enough time to vent information that they're getting presented. So I think that's why you have 3 hearings, so they can go back and find out subject matters to make sure before you make a decision. Because I understand both parties' positions, but I'm not talking about that. That's not up to me to decide. But I think it's important that it goes back and that you kick it back to planning and zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, at this time, we'll close public comment and bring it back. Mr. Magel, is there any clarifications that need to be made?
Yes, sir. Just probably the last couple of comments that were made. We were aware. The comment was, I think it came up through the discussion, as I remember in the record. But DEP permitting is always needed if you're constructing seaward of the CCCL. And so there's no absolution. Planning board doesn't give somebody a free pass there. DEP has jurisdiction, construction seaward of the CCCL. They will do that. It's not a chicken or the egg type situation. We don't dictate conditions to them. They don't dictate conditions to us. And so we do, for purposes of CCCL permitting, coastal construction control line permitting, we provide a DEP letter of zoning compliance for any of their permits. And that's the extent of our review, our interaction with DEP. That would be required for any construction seaward, not just this instance, anything seaward of the CCCL. Last speaker talked about 3 hearings. We've had a couple of discussions with the speaker about this. We don't have 3 hearings. We have a technical review committee meeting, maybe 2, maybe 3, as applicants work on their applications, and then once they're deemed sufficient, that they've addressed all of staff's comments, they advance forward to the Planning and Development Board, specific to variances and special exceptions. And then those then are decided by the Planning and Development Board. This 3rd hearing, this appeal that we're here for, is unique but becoming more often in the situations of variances and special exceptions. There are no 3 hearings that happen for variances or special exceptions. There's a staff level TRC and 1 public hearing. Certainly, Planning Board could continue that, but maybe that's what he was thinking of. If things are continued, we do allow through our rules that you can have up to 2 continuances. On your 3rd one, we have to re-advertise. And so you're allowed to continue something at the Planning Board twice for whatever reason, so that if we have it advertised, we can continue it then once and then again. But on your 3rd time, we need to re-advertise. Any questions?
Any additional questions?
May I, just to clarify, I'm
Yep.
sorry. CCC, I am on, it's low, I don't, CCCL, so what you're saying is the variance is given, and then the applicant has to go to FDEP, and they will say whether or not they will give their permission for the pillar, for the vertical support.
If that's required.
State a reason why it would not be required.
If they're not seaward of the CCCL. We don't make that determination, DEP makes that determination. So it would not be appropriate for us to condition construction on something that we don't have oversight over.
But we all know it's eastward of the CCCL.
We didn't establish that. We're making assumptions then.
Okay.
DEP will make that decision. That's not ours.
Aren't there published documents from FDEP showing a CCCL line?
DEP will make the decision of whether or not a permit is required.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Was that done?
No, that's not yet, not at this point, and because again, not to speak for the folks here, but we're going through a variance in order for them to proceed with permitting.
Thank you.
We do think it'll be needed, but it's not something that's been determined at this point.
So prior to construction, you would either need a yes or a no or conditions from DEP. You'll get something back from them.
If y'all remember, it's a very kind of weird way that operates now. There was a statutory change, I think because of our friends in South Florida, where we can't condition our approval on any state approval. It's mainly geared towards the water management districts, and I apologize for kind of my cagey answer there. But that's something where we can't condition any of ours. In the past, we had. But what we had tell an applicant and a permit holder from one of our permits is that you can't commence that whatever activity until you have all permits in place.
Can we pull the owner or the appellant up for additional questions? Okay.
And I apologize. I do think Mr. Baer, as you heard, he had retained. I think he'd want to go last so he could be able to provide his closing.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions for anybody? If I could have the owner come up. Mr. Silhan, correct? Did your structural engineer in his report state that it was impossible to build or replace the cantilever?
He did not.
Okay, thank you.
He did not, no. He suggested that the best practice was to replace the failed angular supports with vertical supports.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Baer.
I'll try to be brief. I know you've got a lot of other items on the agenda to get to today, but I think the last answer from Mr. Silhan summarizes our position. The gold standard case law and variance law in the state of Florida is that the hardship must render it virtually impossible to use the land for which it is zoned. You haven't heard that today. Reasonable, unreasonable, that doesn't rise to that standard. And again, Mr. Silhan was aware that this property was leaking, had rusted supports before he bought the property. Nothing there that indicates, oh, I didn't find out till later. He's got an obligation to do reasonable due diligence at that time to determine what it would take to effect the repairs on the building. So our position is that there was not sufficient competent substantial evidence presented to the planning board. There was an attempt to try to introduce new evidence today to kind of smear my client about what he may have done on another project or not. That's not part of the record on review. Really our position, and then you heard Mr. Silhan regurgitate some comments or conversations he had with his builders, contractors. It wasn't in the record below as well. So even if that was properly presented, there was no competent substantial evidence rendering it impossible to put the cantilever. And actually, Mr. Langella pointed out, they're not really cantilevers, they're more diagonal supports. And Mr. Langella was the only one that voted against it. He just happens to live close to where this particular property is, so he's familiar with this type of construction. But there's nothing unusual about this construction. There's nothing unusual about this piece of property. All the lots are configured the same, and there's no reason to support, and with all due respect to the planning board, I request that you reverse their decision.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we've heard all the evidence. Do we have any additional questions before there's a motion?
I guess just discussion, which we haven't talked about much, which is the inadequate voting. Should that alone allow for remand? I don't know if that's a question for our legal or.
I think if it was close, then I would say yes, but it wasn't close.
It's not on the
I mean,
record.
5-2 or 6-1, or it was not close. So I mean, I think it's not a good practice that they don't record the votes of their members. I think that needs to be looked into, and their procedures are inadequate. So they got to fix that. But in this case, they can go back and re-vote, and it'll be 5-2.
Maybe.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Hadid.
A revote or a accurate recording of the vote is not going to change the outcome. I would consider it harmless error, but that's me. You're in judgment. If you feel it's important to you, then you can remand it.
And feel free, if there's things on your mind, this is the time to discuss openly.
I just think the appeal process is a pretty difficult hurdle to overcome, not because of anything more than they're the body that we look to set the variance. And the variance itself and what we're doing is a very difficult part of all of this land use. Am I correct, Mr. Hadid, that the appellant is truthful and faithful and in the determination that the variance ties to the land use, not to the structure on the land? So
We have a bit of an issue with that.
well, could you speak up so we can all understand what your issue is, please?
Well, no, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it that way. The way the county construes it is property. Well, a residential structure on property is a part of the property. It's part of the property.
The land use say including it just says property.
Property. But we have always, okay, it says property. We've always construed it as also embracing the improvements on the property that are an integral part of the real property.
But it doesn't specifically say that.
No.
There's a missed opportunity. In real estate, you can have property without improvements. I mean, it's not uncommon to have that. So the argument is based on an interpretation of what is missing or not missing in the land use, which is, does it include the building or the improvements on that property? Which was a pretty viable argument that a variance, well, that's not true, because if we have a variance on a setback for a swimming pool, right? That's not the property, it's the swimming pool, the location of the swimming pool.
It's the improvement.
Right.
The swimming pool is an improvement to real property.
Okay. And that is a standard variance. I mean, if someone comes here, they have to do the whole process, the whole shebang to get that variance from the board, and then ultimately from this board. Okay.
Question for Mr. Mangler. Did you have a question?
No.
Is it a lack of substantial competent evidence if the owner didn't show that cantilevers were impossible to rebuild. I understand the convenience of columns and being a better support system, but was the planning board given that evidence that and hardship that I can't build back the cantilever? And not including cost, but just the fact that something structural with the support system was wrong.
I think it's safe to say on the record that the record demonstrates that it was not stated that a cantilever was impossible, but there was reliance on the planning board's part with the engineer's letter that in their opinion, the vertical support was the best. But just as Mr. Baer had presented his testimony, that and I think that's correct, that by not having the engineer present for that cross-examination, not having that report that came in and said, among all the other options that are out here, the vertical support is the only potential support that's here as a replacement to the cantilevered or diagonal support, that nothing else was possible, that there would be.
Maybe that's the lack of the support from the professional to answer those questions. I'm just trying to base this on legal grounds because, again, our options are limited in what we get to do. I fully understand that posts and columns are more reliable, safe, but there's been points made about breakaways and coastal conditions.
Correct.
There's been points which relate back to safety. There's been points, I think, just related to the fact that I don't know that there was, I have to, couch this correctly, that substantial competent evidence wasn't there in fully debating the impacts of a cantilever system and the viability of it going back.
I think the one deficiency I think that I would quickly agree with was Mr. Baer's statement that there was no ability to cross-examine effectively the testimony of the engineer in absentia.
And I guess if there's you said anybody can reapply, the variance can be reapplied.
They could.
And a new variance would clarify the voting record.
It would.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
So we really can't use what other properties in that 8-building subdivision have done with their decks or cantilever in this case. Is that correct? We can't, they can't say, well, everybody else is doing it, or they got a variance, why can't I? It's this specific case.
Each variance request is supposed to be respective of only its unique situation for each of those. But I think it is unique here in that at least the 4 coastal lots are in a very similar situation, maybe not exact, because I think Mr. Sohan had stated, and I don't know if that really came out, that Mr. Muller's situation is one that is different. It's not a cantilever. I had maybe incorrectly assumed that all 4 of those similarly situated, all 4 of these, in their what end up being the northeast corner of each of those, the rear left corner, as to each having a similar situation. Again, it may still be, as I'm presenting it, similarly situated, where you have open decks extending out into these areas, and then the only matter of distinction between them is whether they have a cantilever or diagonal support or a vertical support then for each of those. But as I understand it, because of that trapezoidal orientation of the lots, the homes then being placed parallel within the side lot lines, you're going to have a short corner. And in this case, each of these 4 lots, the short corner is going to be on that rear left-hand side. And so it's difficult. I'd say that these 4 are unique amongst themselves, but each one has to demonstrate its own hardship. That probably is how I would close and say that.
And Commissioner, I would also add that the fact that other variances have been granted for the same purpose, that goes to the issue that in the approval of the variance, you must establish that there's no substantial detriment, in the sphere of the uses of the land. And I'd also additionally want to fill out something that Adam stated. These are all lots of record, so these were uniquely permitted to develop, and they are all undersized for the RC district, which means that each of them are not naturally is not the right word, but they would be challenged in trying to fit whatever they were going to build within a parallelogram that's less than 4,000 square feet.
Right. Yeah, right at just over 5,000.
Just over 5,000 square feet of land and meet all the setbacks.
I mean, the counter to that is that you know what you're buying and you know what the conditions are. Anybody have a motion or any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we deny the appeal.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson to deny the appeal, which in essence is staying with the Planning Board's decision.
Yes. I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Pennington, and this is to deny the appeal. Any other comments or questions?
Can you take a roll call vote, please?
Yeah, absolutely. You have any questions, Ms. Richardson?
My quick question, I just want to make sure that we're clear. I want to bring clarity to the motion. So the appeal was by the neighbors, okay. And the person of the property owner was given the approval from the Planning and Zoning Board. Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarity because we've said this and that for an hour now, so I want to make sure everybody knows who we're talking and which direction we're headed. Thank you.
Okay. With that, roll call vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That's okay. We'll have the clerk announce it.
Roll call. Would you please call each commissioner? Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Pennington,
Aye.
Chair Dance,
Opposed?
Commissioner Carney,
Opposed.
Commissioner Richardson.
Aye.
All right, the motion to appeal is denied. The appeal is denied by a 3-2 vote. Thank you, everybody. Does anybody need a break? We have a workshop at 1. Are we going to be able to, we'll probably have to, what's the ability to delay the workshop so everybody has a break in between? You have to leave? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, next one is going to be 9C. So if there's no break needed, we'll move to 9C. This is quasi-judicial, project number 20250-30017. This is a request for approval of an amendment to the Plan Unit Development Agreement and PUD site development plan for the garden sign Phase 2 at Ormond Station. It's quasi-judicial, so I'll ask if anybody has ex parte communications to disclose. Mr. Hanson?
No.
Commissioner Pennington?
No.
Mr. Carney?
No.
And I don't have any either. Ms. Simone, welcome.
Good, is it afternoon now? Good afternoon. Simone Kenny, planner. This request came in originally as an application for review to amend the PUD development agreement and site development plan for the garden side at Ormond Station, Phase 2 PUD. This development is located down in the Hunters Ridge DRI, just north of the garden side Phase 1 subdivision, which was formerly known as Iris. The development agreement and the site development plan were approved by the commission in March of last year and in June of last year. Oh, and the preliminary plat was approved in June. And so to really summarize, the applicant is requesting to change the minimum required rear setback language incorporated in the garden side Phase 2 PUD text and the site data table on the garden side Phase 2 site development plan from 20 feet to 10 feet. The intent is to keep the rear setback of the PUD consistent with the dimensional requirements of all the other recently approved subdivisions in the Hunters Ridge DRI, which all have a 10-foot rear setback. And the goal is to not impede the home builders, which is D.R. Horton's standard design plans, which are all designed for a 10-foot rear setback. I would also like to mention that the reduction of the minimum required rear setback will not impede the future homeowners association ability to maintain stormwater drainage, as there's a 25-foot wide common area tract behind the exterior lots, providing a buffer between those lots and the conservation tract. And then I also wanted to mention that while the reduction of the rear setback does technically increase the overall buildable area of the lot, the maximum impervious lot coverage of 65% is not being changed. So they wouldn't still be allowed to build bigger than they were originally approved for. Again, really just to quickly summarize, this is Garden Station and Garden Side at Ormond Station Phase 2, which is a 89-lot single-family subdivision in the Hunters Ridge DRI in about 33 acres. Again, the development agreement and site development plan were originally approved by the Board of County Commission in March of last year, and then subsequently the preliminary plat was approved in June. And then specifically Section 5.3 of the PUD development agreement calls out the site development requirements, including that rear setback, which is currently 20 feet. All the other recent subdivisions in Hunters Ridge, including Groveside, Gardenside Phase 1, Brookside, Ridgeside, Oakside, all have that 10-foot rear setback. And again, the home builder building in all these subdivisions kind of have a standard plan set that's designed for the 10-foot rear setback. Again, the minimum impervious area requirements will not change, and the HOA will not lose access to maintain drainage. And the Planning and Development Board unanimously recommended approval of the amendment. So your options as the board are to approve the request to amend the Garden Side Phase 2 at Ormond Station PUD development agreement and site development plan minimum rear setback, or you could choose to deny the request, or you could determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain.
All right, great question. Is the applicant here?
I believe so.
Okay. Give you equal time in case you had anything you wanted to add.
We didn't have a representation. By the way, Cole Buck with Allen Engineering representing. We don't have a particular presentation for this, but I'm here for questions if you need to ask anything.
Thank you.
Just a quick, I don't care either one. There's no wetlands involved in any of this setback. It's a very clear delineated, I don't know what the land type is, but.
Any wetlands would be located in that conservation tract, and again, there is a 25-foot buffer between that conservation tract and any of the exterior lots.
So if this is giving, are they going to be changing the type of home that they're building because of the additional 10 feet? Or is it just for unification throughout the whole development?
I believe just for unification across the DRI. Unless you have a...
Specifically on the 40-foot wide lots, they do not have a model that, because the depth of these lots is 110 feet, they do not have a model that is in their standards that fits in the 40-foot wide lot by by the depth that has a 20-foot setback. So to fit the model in, they need that 10-foot setback, and it's in conformance with the rest of the neighborhood as it stands right now.
Thank you.
Before you go, still meeting, the models that they have will meet the impervious.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Any other questions? At this time, I'll go out to public comment. If there's anybody from the public who wishes to address this issue.
Raymond Royer, Pelican Lane. I have no problem with the setback changes. The only thing I don't see here is it an undersized lot? Because the issues that we have with undersized lots, like we heard earlier conversations, is that the requirements of these setbacks are for 9,000 square foot properties, and then these undersized lots are, always burdensome to try to prove why they need a hardship claim. And so I have no problem with it, but I just don't see if it's an undersized lot. According to the size he's addressing, it sounds like it's under 9,000 square feet. So, but again, I don't have no problem because some of these setbacks are just ridiculous for the properties that are undersized. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
Can I make a motion?
You absolutely can.
To approve 9C, Project 2025-03-0017, requests to approve the amendment to the PUD agreement and PUD site development plan for Garden Side of Ormond.
I'll second the motion.
I had a motion by Commissioner Pennington, seconded by Commissioner Carney. Is there any other last-minute questions or concerns? All right, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Simone. Item 9D, this is legislative request to approve and adopt the update to the Flagler County Water Supply Facilities Work Plan. Mr. Mangle.
Try to be expeditious with this. This is a requirement that we have because of the district updating their water supply plan. They have to do theirs every 5 years. 2017, they did theirs, original one, and that's when we did ours. And so we had what's known as a Flagler County Water Supply Facilities Work Plan. My slide here. And so we had to adopt our version to adopt what they had specific for Flagler County. My clicker's not working. There it goes. And so that's what all of this verbiage says here. And then they just updated theirs. 2017 became now the 2023 Regional Water Supply Plan. We, like others, had 18 months after the adoption for us to adopt this. We kept hoping that this was going to be part of our comp plan update because this is officially an appendix in our infrastructure element. And so that's how this got into the plan the first time when we adopted our first specific water supply facilities work plan. And so our deadline now, June 12, 2025. We don't have a comp plan update coming quite yet. We're going to talk about it hopefully in a workshop in a few minutes. And then we'll have transmittal and adoption. With this, we're meeting the requirement for us to adopt by June 12th. But what we'll have to do then, as we update the plan, is we'll come back again. And so this will be part of the comp plan update, because if you noticed in there, what I have in this one is the existing policies. We reference a lot of policies in this document that talk about things from water conservation, water supply of as far as finding new water sources or using lower quality water sources. So all those policy references are going to have to change. If you adopt this now, we'll send it off to Water Management District. We can check the box. We met the requirement prior to June 12th. We'll have to come right back around and do it again as part of the actual comp plan adoption that's waiting in the wings. And then for the record, too, that you probably saw that slide earlier, this doesn't change any of the goals, objectives, and policies of our plan. We have no update to our capital improvements plan because there were no specific projects integrated into the district's water supply plan specific to us. One of the things that's counterintuitive to us is that we don't supply water. We have agreements now. We've contracted with FGUA. FGUA has actually gone and taken over our system. They're doing it all on their own. They have no oversight independent from us. And so it's still a consideration, though, for us because our jurisdiction, others supply water within our jurisdiction. So we got to not only keep track of FGUA, City of Palm Coast, City of Flagler Beach, all those that we have interlocal agreements with for doing water supply. This is that map that showed our jurisdictions. This was part of our water supply plan before, and this showed those boundaries that we'd had. This was part of that settlement from the water wars that we had, culminating right around 2006, 2007. And then I had these that I'd reported to the planning board. These were the tables that came in from the actual district water supply plan. So what I presented to you was a clean format of what this is, and what this shows, if you could look there on that kind of last columns, and in summary, all of this is that the assumptions have dropped. So from the 2017 to the 2023 district plan, population assumptions, again, relying on Bieber for the most part, Bieber medium, which is what most of us do, Bureau of Economic and Business, anyway. But Bieber goes through and says, here's the stuff we have to adopt, and this becomes the number for us for population. Well, likewise, there's also been a little bit of error correction on the part of the district on reducing down not only per capita, but then also your household water use. And so one side of that is, hopefully, the messaging is getting through on conservation. And so that's one extension here with this. And so very strong emphasis still with the district of using lower quality water sources first. We don't want to use treated water for irrigation purposes, and that's one of the things that we're trying to get out there, because effectively, if you're a homeowner, you're paying for it twice. Often you're paying sewage with that also. When you're not, you're using it for irrigation purposes, unless you have an irrigation meter. So all these graphics were from the Water Management District's plan. This was the domestic wells that were out there. This is the ag irrigation. So you see here, every time I have percent change, the decrease, and so what we're showing here with those. And then this is that table directly from our plan that shows a strike through and underline that the takeaway here, look at 2045, anticipated 166,104 is population, estimates now cut down 149,355. Water usage, 1 million gallons per day at 2045, previously 2035. So you got the correlation. We went out in the longer term, but then also our population and our water use has dropped down too. So we had previously 2035, 16.33 million gallons a day. Countywide, that's 14.3, and that's out to 2045 now, 10 years further out. Again, my takeaway there is population numbers getting better, more accurately projected, and then hopefully that conservation message is getting through. This is on the same kind of numbers for the domestic supply. These are your private wells that are out there. So this, again, these two tables you'll see in our plan, but you don't see them in strike through and underline. We have to adopt a clean version to send to the district, but this is the difference. This graphic here and then this next graphic show the changes that we made to our Flagler County plan based on the changes made to the district plan. And for the most part, everything's going down. With that, our recommendation is that you adopt our update to the Flagler County Water Supply Facilities Work Plan. And we'll transmit that then. We'll meet the June 12th deadline. With that, I'll close. Wait any questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, sir.
Does this get approved on one reading, or do we need more than one reading?
It would ordinarily, arguably, require transmittal and adoption. I'm making the strong case, and hopefully the district will agree with me, that because it's an appendix to our infrastructure element, and we're not amending the goals, objectives, and policies. We're not amending anything related to a capital plan. We're not amending any policies, any of the GOP language, the goals, objectives, and policies, that we could effectively adopt this as we would, as if we were adopting, let's say, a 5-year, an annual update to the 5-year capital improvements plan. And in that case, it is still a comp plan amendment, but to my thinking, I'm not doing anything specific with a piece of land. I'm updating effectively an ancillary document, an Appendix A to the infrastructure element. I do think the district may come back and argue with me a bit with that, and then we're protected by that because we will have to include this in our overall comp plan update here, hopefully in a matter of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for Mr. Mangle? At this time, I'll go out to public comment for this item. If there's anybody who wishes to speak on this item. All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back. Does anybody like to float a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 9D, request to approve and adopt the update to the Flagler County Water Supply Facility Work Plan.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Pennington, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. If there's no other final comments or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll go down to County Administrator Report.
Just two things real quick. Last week, we met with the Humane Society to start negotiating the one-year contract. We're going to be working with the County Attorney's Office to finalize that, and then it'll come back to you at a workshop in June. I think it's June 16th was the day that we had picked, and we'll also come back with the other information and options related to animal services that the board has asked for. And I just wanted to congratulate Chief Tucker. He had run unopposed as the second vice president. He's going to be serving on the 2025-2026 term of the Florida Fire Chiefs Association Board of Directors. So I just wanted to share that and say congratulations.
Right.
And that's it. Concludes my report.
Thank you. County Attorney Report.
Nothing from me, Chair.
Thank you, sir. This is our second time for our second community outreach. We've allocated 30 minutes of time period for items not on the agenda. If anybody would like to speak, come forward, state your name, and
David Eckert, Cali del Sur. Based on the comments by two commissioners at the beginning of the meeting, I'd like to encourage you to either at the workshop, which follows this, or at this meeting, to comment to one another on a few conclusions here. If it's impossible to make a 4-1 vote on the half-cent countywide shoreline plan, I would ask you then to have a consensus vote to support the northern unincorporated area as the instructions to the staff to go forward in the budget process. That would include, the MSBU and TU and the $8.2 million target. I would ask you then that if Reach 1 and Reach 2 qualify for any use of funds in those areas from the standpoint of what the direction is, because as Commissioner Hansen mentioned at the last meeting, the Army Corps intention of use in the northern part is important, and finding some way to maintain that. And the reallocation of the costs for Reach 2 needs some direction also, because if we're going forward with the unincorporated portion, we should make full attempt to try to get funding plans in the southern portion of the county. And then I would also ask you to give consensus to one another as to whether you intend to try to administer all 18 miles of the shoreline as a direction to each another and to the staff so that the process can go forward from that standpoint. Then on the point relative to the 18 miles, I would advise and request actually that you help Beverly Beach and Flagler Beach figure out a way to, as soon as possible, provide the funding necessary and the maintenance necessary to fulfill the obligations and the agency requirements for a local sponsor for the Army Corps, because that's hanging in limbo also. So I had hoped that you would make a countywide plan. It does not appear that that could occur, and I think it would be tremendously helpful if you could either now, when you make comments to one another at the workshop, or at the next meeting, put it on an agenda to clear up some of this so that the staff can go forward.
Thank you.
Raymond Royer, Beverly Beach, Painters Hill, sorry. Yeah, I want to basically support what he just said there. You just got to have to make a decision here. You've been dealing with this for 9 years. And us being in the corporate side, I watched you used to have your workshop earlier, for the comfort of my home. And the game's got to come to a stop here. The uncorporated side has made large investments, not only on their properties on the beaches, but the gentleman that spoke earlier, he spoke at the prior meeting, and he said, there's over 40-some, beach retaining walls that people put in at their cost that they need this supplemented sand. So as a homeowner on Painters Hill section, we're granted that we have 19 homes with seawalls, but those seawalls will be for this next storms, and they're predicting more storms this year. I don't know if you've been watching, they've been saying there's more storms coming. So I would totally support if we just do the uncorporated side and move forward and let the other ones, you've been trying to deal with them as partners, and they're not coming to any real solution. So I don't know how you're going to get there, but the uncorporated side can't wait anymore with all the large investments they made. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to our commissioners for any final reports or comments. I'll start with Ms. Richardson. So you can say your last.
First time I'm third time I'm first. Okay. But we're not counting, right? We have to have a little levity at the end of the meeting. It's been a long day to begin with. There was some social media put out about our top employers in the county. I actually pulled the top employers for Flagler County as of 2024. And you're going to be a little surprised. I'm going to do the top 10. All I can tell you is they employ over approximately 8,500 workers, okay? Number one is county government, Flagler County School Board District. 2, Advent Health. 3, Publix. 4, ALSW, which is a landscaping service. 5, City of Palm Coast. 6, Ambridge Employee Services for hotels and motels. 7, Walmart. 8, County Government, that's us, Board of County Commissions. Number 9, Flagler County Sheriff's Office. And number 10 being Yellowstone Landscape, which is a private company. Those are the top 10 employers. So when you see that other places are the top 10 or other cities or other parts, this is accurate information, and I just wanted to share that today because I saw several social media comments on it, and that's not necessarily valid. So not everything you read on social media is fact. This is actually fact that I pulled up, and anybody's welcome to take a look at the rest of this. 15 people that are the top 10, all within those regions. Thank you. That's all I got. Thanks for your patience today, folks.
Yep, thank you. Commissioner Carney.
Thank you. All right, so let's get back to 7A. Let's get back to Mr. Eckert's comments. Let's get back to the fact that I apologize that I was not clear in what I need nor what I was requesting. So if I can't make a motion, then I'd like the board to consider a consensus that we can move this forward through education, time commitment, and the right plan. Funding plan. I went through this. You guys all know my history in Flagler Beach. We in Flagler Beach were listed on the FDEP most critically eroded beaches for 20 years. 20 years. This is not new science. This is not new data. Flagler Hammock, Flagler all the way up, the additional 10 miles or 12 miles is no different. I'm sure it's no different. I don't need encyclopedias of data to tell me that it's different. We're just not there yet. To force me into a bad decision on a half-cent sales tax with no other options provided to me is not going to work. I don't know if I need to learn a different language. I don't need to know if I need to spin around on my head. You've got two commissioners up here that don't have the data. We don't have the history of the Army Corps project. Unfortunately, I do, but just in generalities. This beach management plan was put together by a previous commission with a priority on the beach, and then spent their money on everything else except the beach. Having said that, I'm ready to dive in. I'm ready to do my job. Unlike what social media posts are saying, I am ready to make the tough decisions. I don't have what I want. If you would like me to tell you what that is in a workshop, I want the workshop to be totally dedicated to the beach with an educational component for all of us, presented by subject matter experts. That is, Ms. Petito can participate, but I want the engineering data from our engineers and any other engineers, and I would love to have the FDEP here, but I know I can't force them to be at a meeting. I then want some information on funding options. And one of those options is not the half-cent sales tax. Maybe that will broaden our look-see on what else we can or possibly can do. And I will not be involved in any plan that does not include the entire 18 miles. If you have a beach management plan for 18 miles, you need a beach funding plan for 18 miles. We are getting ready to spend $8.8 million on an emergency dune project. The rest of this stuff is not permitted yet. We need to come together to understand when Commissioner Hansen and I have to go to Tallahassee and fight for permits. This whole system or process to me is not being completely transparent. I have done everything I can do, and I'm not an ignorant person, but I need this board's help to get this done. So can I get a consensus that we can, once again, I'm going to use the word workshop. Andy, if I have a different word I have to say, then let's do it. I said it very succinctly in my motion. I'll repeat anything that you guys feel that I have left out. But no one is kicking any can. No one is not obligated to their requirement to vote and to do what's right for this county. That's, if you are reading that from what's happening on this board, then you've got one of your eyes closed, because that's not what's happening. We want more discussion, more options, more funding alternatives. And that is what's being kicked down the road, not a decision.
Can I summarize based on your comments?
Sure.
overall? Okay.
It's only going to be consensus, Andy, so, right? So we don't have to get it perfectly clear?
Right.
Okay.
But you want to bring back the consultant.
Petito does not like that consultant. Ms. Petito
We have
does
one
not
on-
like.
no, but we have
We
one
have a
on-
new one.
Yeah, right.
Yep, that's a good plan.
Okay. So at the, arranged by Ansley, our staff engineer for the beaches. We will find a time as soon as possible to bring the consultant back. That will cost us some money, just so you know. But find a time that the consultant can come back. And I guess in a summary, I don't have any. If we do a pause to be able to properly review what we've done, educate the public, and go back to looking at different funding options, all of this is fine. My goal is to get to an end game, like you said, that covers the 18 miles. So, I mean, I know if we put this off, right, we're delaying things further as we go down. But, in order to, I think, get consensus from the board even on finding this 18-mile plan, we've put in a bunch of work, but I don't mind this at all. With the parameters being it's 18 miles or nothing, funding options, and bringing back the consultant to do a review of how we got here. Like, is that safe to summarize?
The funding option should not include a half-cent sales tax.
Got it.
Thank you.
But if we're going to, if we're asking the staff to come up with funding options, then we as the policymakers in the county have to tell her what to do. She can't arbitrarily reduce stuff without following our policy and our guidance. So if you want her to figure out where the money's coming from, we have to give her some guidance on what to do. For instance, we have to tell her to cut personnel and cut jobs. If that's gets us to the number, that's got to be an option. We have to tell her, you can do that. That's an option that you have. She can't do anything unless we, as a group, give her some policies that she can use to make reductions. She can't arbitrarily cut programs. It's not her job. It's our job. So we want to give her some leeway. So we should tell her, you have the authority to come to us with a plan that cuts programs, cuts people, and eliminates jobs. And because that's what it's going to take, by the way. So we have to, if we don't give her that option, she can't do it. She can't come back and tell us she's going to reduce people, reduce programs, because that's not her job. That's our job to do that. So if you include that in what you want to get done, and we have a consensus that we'll open that door so that she can make those kind of cuts to get to the amount of money we need, then we have to do that. We can't let her just hang out, or she's going to come back with the same numbers, because that's all she can do. It's all she's got.
Well, I think, let me again interpret and summarize. I think the recommendation is a list, as I see it anyway, a list of priorities and programs with costs attached to them. Those would be debated. I mean, if you're trying to get to X amount of dollars, then you've tried to figure out how you do it from this list of things. And if the goal is to not, if it is not inclusive of the half penny, then those are the options you're going to have presented. Does that sound right?
Well, I think as long as we should understand, she has the flexibility to cut programs and to cut people.
Right.
She's
It'll
got
end
that
up being.
Is there such a position or a specialty within public government administration that deals with financing capital projects, financing large projects? This is a large project. This is not putting up a $3 million fire station. This is a large project. So is there any help that we can get for us or Ms. Petito or anybody that can look at what it takes to do something like this?
So you want funding options, debt options?
Debt options, debt options is an option, right? Revenue
Bonds.
options,
Bonds.
cost savings is an option.
Bonds,
I'm sorry?
bonds.
Bonds, that's, yeah.
It's huge.
I mean, this just seems like an all or nothing. This is it. And I don't believe that this is it.
Mr. Chair, just one more thing. With all of the projects I see that's coming down the road, these 30 capital buildings and so forth, everything's been put towards those things, rebuilding things, remaking things, fixing things, going on and on and on. If a percentage of any one of those could be put, 10%, 15% of the budget for that, where things could be done on a slower pace while we get the beach in shape, I would be very, very excited about knowing that we had the capability, just like any personal budget. When you can't afford something, something has to give. And we have to have stuff that's going to give on the monies we have if we're not going to get any more monies out of all the big companies, FDO, all the water people. We've really got to start looking at our budget as if it's our household, because we all have limited funds. And I'm just saying a percentage of $35 million in construction between 2026 to 2027 to 2030 to 2031, a total of $35 million for roads. I know there's special things for special funds for the roads, but if we could only take 10% of that, that's $3.5 million right there. And I don't know that we can do that, but I can't imagine that with all the other programs we have, we can't take pieces and bits from some that would also add up in addition to bonds. So that's just my input on that. I'll leave that.
But we can't do that. It's against the law. If you want to go to jail, fine. We can't do that.
All right, so Greg, do you see the confusion? Are you willing to work with us on helping us understand what our limits are?
I am.
I'm not going to jail.
That's all we're asking for.
I asked.
And if it's illegal, then we educate them. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. But I would say that, as evident by our Citizens Academy class and the comments we got about the budgeting, I being here 4 years, I take offense to the fact that you assume that we have not been taking care of the county's funds in an orderly fashion. That's what you're implying.
No, I did not imply it. I'm saying maybe we could do it. I didn't imply it.
Okay, but
It was 10 years where 9 years, 10 years that this project hadn't been done. And that's where I'm not taking it that. The assumption is that it went into other things. So I don't know where the money all went. That's what I'm asking.
I mean, there's a chasm that education can fill here. I don't have any problem with that at all. If this is a pause and it takes us some time to do that. Commissioner Pennington.
I know we said that we wanted to tackle the entire 18-mile. My only suggestion would be to also provide an unincorporated plan so that the workshop, because you may find in the workshop where you decide that you want to handle the both differently. You want to do all 18 miles, but you may want to apply a different funding mechanism in the municipalities versus the unincorporated. And that may take further work with the municipalities. So I would just suggest also seeing what an unincorporated and a different approach with the municipalities might look like.
The only problem with that, we talked about it on Wednesday, is that the county is going to take the position that because they control it in the unincorporated, they don't have to, Leanne, you cannot start a beach restoration plan in one reach and skip a half a reach and then start another reach. That's not the way sand moves. It's not the way you develop a dune system. So if we just focus on the unincorporated, we are going to undermine the areas around the unincorporated. The beach management plan, now the funding plan for the unincorporated,
I'm thinking more of the funding plan.
Okay.
So that we're going in with we're going to have plans for the entire 18.
Correct.
The unincorporated plan may look different from what the municipality plan for funding.
it does, and we already have put in place the MSBU. I'm not saying to not vote in or start the MSBU and the unincorporated. We didn't say that. We didn't say it the other day. However, on one slide, they had unincorporated, it doesn't make sense to skip over Reach 2, move all that money into Reach 3, who doesn't have any permits yet. This whole thing is just too confusing. We need to sit down and discuss it.
And your turn? We do. We will need to vocalize consensus on taking a pause at an upcoming workshop as soon as possible, because we do have to bring in outside consultant. But so consensus on having the outside third-party consultant come in to bring us up to speed on where we are, how we got here. Funding options that don't include the half penny.
I can't agree to that.
That's fine. And 18 miles, let's just focus on 18 miles.
Miles, okay.
And then we'll see where we go with this. That's what I have. Does that summarize it?
Yes.
Okay. So Commissioner Hanson said no. Commissioner Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney? Yes. And I'm game. I'm good with getting us to the end. So if this is what it takes, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Miss Petito will need some guidance. So let us know by email or as soon as you can on availability of the consultant, that we may have to Zoom them in, and they may not be able to make it here. But that may actually be the fastest plan than trying to get them here. But is there anybody with conflicts on upcoming meetings or workshops? Can we count on everybody? We don't have anything planned during FAC week. Right, but that we won't do anything that week. Everybody's busy. So any other time, if you've got any conflicts, let staff know so we can plan. We'll keep Mondays are our typical workshop days. Do you want us to look at other dates that work for everybody? Today we've done a Wednesday before.
Yeah. Well, the 16th.
So we've got we do have an established workshop schedule right now, but so we can fit it. If you want it, we'll do our best to make it just that. Is that okay in case we have something else pop up, or do you want it just that? Okay. And we've got things already booked or planned, so we have to move things around.
So Commissioner, does this in any way inhibit or prohibit, I'm sorry, a June 16th agenda item to discuss the use of a half-cent sales tax on the funding program?
I would say, based on consensus, there's, that doesn't sound like the half penny is in play. So I don't know that we need to bring
But we're not going to
anything-
put any more energy into talking about beach funding with the half-cent sales tax until we've all sat down and looked at options.
Right, well, we won't go to the city with the ILA.
Okay.
Or is that consensus?
Yep.
Okay, I heard Ms. Pennington.
Yes. Sorry.
Ms. Carney and Ms. Richardson, so we're not going to go ask the city to weigh in yet. Do you need any further clarification?
And I do consider Ainsley a subject matter expert not just the consultant, her boss, or anybody that can weigh in on history, data, where we are with permitting, where we are with, I'm still not convinced that we'll ever get a dredge project up in Reach 4. Again, just data and an explanation. When I asked for a spreadsheet on, I was not happy with the spreadsheet that I received on the cost. As much information as you believe our brains can absorb and still make sense of all this, with nothing left out.
Understood. Is that it for your comments? Yes. Okay. Commissioner Pennington.
I have a quick clarification, point of order, whatever. I wasn't here at the last meeting. It sounded to me like there was a consensus to put Sean as interim attorney in August. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would that not have been needed to be like formalized by vote on an agenda?
The contract will be coming forth. That'll be the official
Okay,
vote.
and we are also keeping the position open in all places and continuing with application?
Yes.
Okay.
There is a concern about that, too. I overspoke on that, in my opinion. I don't think we're prepared to make any decision like that. When we are in a workshop, the word consensus, we keep using that word, and it's very concerning to me. We're not making a vote. The votes are here when we're in a board, in a meeting. This was discussion. It wasn't a choice. It wasn't voted on. We don't vote at those meetings, right? We just use this word consensus.
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me because, one, he's an applicant, so I was a little worried that it would deter the application process from other people applying if we're putting an applicant all the way up to the interim in the meantime. So I was a little concerned about that, but more importantly was that I thought it needed to be a formal vote on an agenda to even make an interim, so that we're not making that kind of decision just informally in workshops.
Right.
So.
And the contract will be the point to you either approve the contract or not, or give different guidance.
Why would we put it up at all?
Consensus is moving things forward. It's not final decisions. It's just a way to move things forward. That's the only way we have the ability to.
Well, sometimes it moves one way and sometimes it doesn't. So I haven't found that to be a consistency. So, you okay? Just in my opinion. And like I said, I put that forward. But again, I can see our...
And I just wanted to ensure that HR continues to keep it posted and we continue to get applications.
And focused and
And
extended.
then if anyone wants to act upon an application, we'll just bring it up.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Hanson. MC, are you completed? Okay. Commissioner Hanson, nothing. All right. Just wanted to make one comment that we've got one of the groups that receive funding through TD Tourist Development has a conference starting tomorrow at Ocean Hammock. So it's the Florida International Society of Arboriculture and our arborists, and I was able to work my way into giving some opening remarks. So I'll be there to highlight the county at the opening of the conference and say a few remarks on behalf of the board. It's always nice to be around like tree people. So it's that's right. All right. With that, how much delay do you want? We should be moving into our workshop, but and Ms. Carney, are you leaving us? Okay. Ms. Carney will be excused. Thank you. Thank you. And how long should we make, you guys? Everybody's here. Let's do 1:45. I heard that, so I'll stick with that. Gives us 30 minutes approximately. We'll reconvene the workshop at 1:45.